to get a breakout room together for the attorneys and for myself to deal with the pre-hearing motions.
Okay. Okay.
Did you want that part on the record yet?
I do.
Yeah, okay, good, I wrote it.
So for this first breakout room, I have Cheryl's iPad and court reporter, Chris Vigil, Eric Jantz, Gregory Shakalian, Laura Katz, and Travis Jackson. Did I miss anyone?
Sorry, Ms. Jones, this is Maslin Locken with the Environmental Law Center. I'm not sure what the breakout room is for, but you named Derek, so I thought maybe I should.
Did I not get you in there? Let me put you in. You don't want to miss the party. I thought I added you. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and send everybody in. So everyone else is on. Ms. Locke, did you not go in? I guess she did. Okay. Okay. I'm going to go ahead, share that screen.
Reflect increasing international concern for the region and China's determination to resist accusations that it's carrying out human rights abuses in Xinjiang.
A Polish writer and journalist has been charged with insulting the president by calling him a moron. Jakub Zulczyk could be jailed for 3 years.
Are you there?
President Andrzej Duda over a tweet he posted in which he failed to congratulate.
I will try, yes. Yes.
In November. Mr. Zulczyk accused Mr. Duda
All right.
to understand the US electoral process. Poland has made it a crime to insult religious feelings, state leaders, and also citizens. The country has 9 such laws, all of which have prison terms. World News from the BBC.
To drive home after a 12-hour shift on the COVID unit.
I worked my way up to be a nursing assistant, and then 25 years later, I'm still a critical care nurse. It's something I've never experienced in my life. Families are no longer there when these people are taking their last gasps. And when they're passing on, I'm there. I'm there to hold their hand.
We've risen to the challenge. Will you? Get vaccinated.
I think she's going to have to remove herself. She has to leave the room.
This is Dr. Melanie Hart, producer and host of Living from Happiness.
I'm not
And you'll hear
selected language.
intelligent perspectives
The
on
hearing
happiness.
is being
All sorts of cool.
Yes, I can do that. Okay.
by
All right.
clicking on interpretation.
Okay.
I don't see where.
Dr. Melanie Hart, every Monday at 6 p.m.
Oh,
As
there's
always,
interpretation.
for your happiness.
English.
Here and There with Dave Marish is funded in part by the Rita and David Logan Foundation, keeping watch for the strategies that help create a more informed and just future for all.
I don't know what's going on.
Welcome to Here and There. We search near and far to bring you accurate, timely information about important news stories here in New Mexico and the American Southwest, and there, everywhere else. I'm Dave Marish. Well, pardon the ethnic stereotyping, but it's a little like making gefilte fish out of spoiled herring.
Is it 5 o'clock?
Israeli Prime Minister
o'clock.
Benjamin Netanyahu,
Right.
for his political survival, had planned and publicized.
Pam, this is Linda Marion. I'm
I
hearing
don't know.
somebody's like KSFR radio broadcast.
Yes, I'm going to try to mute everybody.
Okay.
Does it
Opened
say
the door
Donna?
to normalizing civil, social, and economic relations among Israel, the UAE, Bahrain, and
Okay, now I'm going to do a breakout room again. Okay.
They can't get all 57 on the screen.
Yeah, so there's, see, this is the next.
Oh, it's the
over.
next screen?
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Mhm. Because most of these people are like not showing their video.
Right.
Hi. Can anyone hear me here?
Yes, I can hear you.
May I ask where to send my questions?
Yes, one moment, please.
Okay.
Pam,
Yes.
I think that we need a master mute option. I think we need to not have people have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. Can you exercise that, please?
I can. Let me get everybody in the room. Okay, so we've got court reporter Chris, Gregory, Laura, Maslin, Travis. I believe that's all we need in the, so I'm going to start this room again. Let me just look through all my names. Okay, there you go. attorneys unmuted and then I can make that change so that you can talk at will.
I think
And
Ms.
Miss-
Katz needs to be unmuted.
And so does
Thank
Ms.
you.
Locke.
And so
Okay.
does Ms.
And
Locke.
Mr. Jackson, Mr. Jackson is,
Oh, let's not forget him. All right. Laura Katz. There you go.
Thanks. And can I ask that since the attorneys need to be able to object, we definitely need to be able to control our mute and unmute.
Okay. Yes, we'll make that happen. All right, Mr. Jackson, you're in the T's. That's why it took a little bit of time to find you. Okay.
I think I can unmute. Thank you very much.
All right.
okay, and Ms. Locke, you've been unmuted? No, she has not.
Sorry. There you go, Ms. Locke.
Thank
Can we
you.
hear you? Okay.
Okay, Ms. Adeguin, are we ready?
Yes.
Okay, let's go on the record. Okay. The hearing in Air Quality Bureau 20-12, Associated Asphalt, will now come to order. We have two Spanish language interpreters who have already been sworn in. My name is Gregory Chikalian, Administrative Law Judge for the New Mexico Environment Department. I was appointed as the hearing officer by the Deputy Secretary, Jennifer Pruitt. It is my responsibility to conduct the hearing in a fair and impartial manner so that the facts are fully developed and to avoid delay. I will mention that we went into a breakout room to deal with some pre-hearing motions that have been dealt with, and now we're going to begin the actual hearing. So I'm going to say a few more things, and then we're going to take some public comment from those folks who want to go about their business and want to say something before the technical testimony witnesses are brought on and the parties actually present their cases. As the hearing officer, I have the authority to take all measures necessary for the maintenance of order and for the efficient, fair, and impartial adjudication of issues arising in this proceeding. Due to the COVID-19 public health emergency, this hearing is being held online via the Zoom platform. The Office of Public Facilitation is lawfully tasked to conduct this hearing pursuant to the request for public hearing determination for air quality permit application for Associated Asphalt Materials, LLC. Initially filed on February 12, 2020 by Sandra Ely, Director of the New Mexico Environmental Protection Division. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with the permitting procedures in 20.1.4 of the New Mexico Administrative Code, the New Mexico Air Quality Act, NMSA 1978, Statute 74-2-1 through 22. The hearing is being recorded by the Albuquerque Court Reporting Company. A copy of the hearing transcript is available upon request directly from the court reporter. And court reporter, how do you want people to reach out to you to get a copy of the transcript?
I can be reached at Albuquerque Court Reporting Service. I can get a phone number if they need it.
And an email address, maybe?
Maybe that would be better. It is abqcrs@gmail.com.
Thank you. All right. Let's see. Will the parties please enter an appearance?
Your Honor, this is Travis Jackson on behalf of the applicant, Associated Asphalt Materials, LLC.
Ms. Feehill, Assistant General Counsel for the New Mexico Environment Department. I'm here with Laura Katz, Assistant General Counsel for the New Mexico Environment Department.
Thank you.
Maslin Locke with my co-counsel Eric Jantz on behalf of the community group, which is made up of Earth Care New Mexico, Miriam Ortiz Aguirre, Maria Martinez Adame, and Linda Marianello.
Thank you. The hearing officer will accept non-technical public comment in both English and Spanish at various times throughout the hearing. In this case, we're going to take it at the beginning of the hearing, and we'll take it at the end of the party's presentation. In order to ensure that the hearing is accurately recorded, any person wishing to speak must identify themselves in the chat along with your affiliation, and you will be recognized by the hearing clerk. You'll be put on a list, and the court reporter will swear you in when it's your turn to make your comment. When unmuted by the Zoom administrator, please identify yourself by name, spell your name, speak loudly, speak clearly, and please only one person speak at a time. The hearing procedures under 20.1.4.400. The hearing will be conducted in the following manner. The rules of civil procedure and the rules of evidence shall not apply to these hearings. We will first hear preliminary matters and stipulations, followed by opening statements. It should be noted that the permit applicant has the burden of proof that the permit should be issued and not denied. This burden does not shift. The department has the burden of proof for a challenged condition of the permit. Any person who contends that the permit condition is inadequate, improper, or invalid, or who wishes to include a permit condition shall have the burden of going forward to present an affirmative case on the challenged condition. I think that I'm going to change those last two words. An affirmative case on the suggested permit condition. The burden of proof for contested issues is in an administrative hearing is by a preponderance of evidence. Testimony will be presented in the following order. First, we're going to have public comment. Then we're going to have the testimony of the applicant. The applicant will present his case in chief, followed by his technical witnesses in support of the draft permit. We're then going to have the New Mexico Environment witnesses who support the permit. They will testify. Then we will have any technical witnesses in opposition of the draft permit. Then we'll have all other testimony and oral statement, and then we'll have rebuttal testimony by the parties in the same order as above. The hearing officer shall admit all relevant evidence that is not unduly prejudicious or repetitious, otherwise unreliable, or of little probative value. The rules of privileges are in effect in these proceedings. No person shall be allowed to testify as an expert unless they have been previously identified no later than March 1st as a technical witness in a timely filed statement of intent. Examination of witnesses. All persons, including the public, shall have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses under oath. I may limit cross-examination to avoid harassment, intimidation, needless expenditure of time, and undue repetition. Now we're at the part where we talk about preliminary matters. So, are there any preliminary matters that I need to address before we begin with the public comment? Mr. Jans.
Mr. Hearing Officer, thank you. An issue that Ms. Locke and I had identified prior to this was sharing of exhibits and how that might occur in this virtual space. Is there a way to that we're going to do that? And if so,
do you mean share your screen?
Share screen, I think, is the question that we had.
Yes, there's two ways I think we can do that. Pam, is it not possible for one of the attorneys to share his screen without your help?
Yes.
I thought so. So, Mr. Jans, you can actually share your screen in the Zoom platform without the help of the moderator.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. I appreciate that.
If for some reason you have an exhibit that you have already filed, and let's say we already have a copy of it, you can ask Pam or Mada-E to put it on the screen for you if you can't do it yourself. Okay, all right. Are there any other preliminary matters? Okay. I wonder whether we shouldn't deal with each other's exhibits before we do the public comment, or whether you want to wait to do the stipulations to the submissions into evidence. Do the parties want to do that now, or do you want to do it after the first bout of public comment?
The department is prepared to do that. We're okay with waiting as well.
Do you want to do it now?
We have no objection. Sorry, Mr. Jackson.
Okay, so Mr. Jackson, since you're the applicant, do you want to make any stipulations to any of the, I'm going to call it the community. It's stuck in my head as the community. It'll be the community from now on. So do you want to stipulate to the community's exhibits and pre-filed testimony at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. Based on your earlier ruling, the applicant stipulated to the admissibility of the testimony and the exhibits that have been offered by the community and NMED.
Okay. And Mr. Vigil and Ms. Katz, I don't see Ms. Katz, so I suspect Mr. Vigil, you're primary.
I am, thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Vigil, I ask you the same question.
We stipulate to all the exhibits from both the parties. Hearing officer, I wanted to also bring up that, and the parties and the court reporter have been provided with New Mexico or NMED exhibits 8 through 13. Those were provided to all the parties and the court reporter and Ms. Jones this afternoon. And we also moved to have those admitted, and hoping that the parties will stipulate to those exhibits as well.
Okay, because Mr. Vigil, I haven't seen those yet.
Yeah, they were sent to, they were sent to Ms. Jones.
Fine, and I wasn't aware that they were sent, and that's fine. I'm not debating that. I leave that up to the parties to stipulate to. So let me go back to Mr. Jackson before I go to the community. Mr. Jackson, are you still there?
I am, Your Honor.
All right. Wonderful. Do you want to stipulate? When you stipulated, I didn't quite hear you. Did you say that you stipulated to both the environment and the community's exhibits?
I did, Your Honor.
Okay. And are you also stipulating to the late filed exhibits?
I am. We do stipulate, Your Honor.
Right. And you've seen them?
I have seen them.
And you've had time to review them?
I've had some time to review them.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess we're going to be seeing them tonight. And now, community. What are you willing to stipulate to?
Mr. Hearing Officer, we're willing to stipulate to the omission of everything as well.
All right. Well, thank you to all the parties. And now, Ms. Jones or Ms. Corral, I'm not sure who's dealing with the list of public commenters. Do you want to begin that now?
Yes, I have a list of 4 names, and we can begin in the order that they came through the chat. I'm going to unmute Linda Marianello and ask her to identify herself and her affiliation.
Yes, hello. Am I audible to everyone now? Okay, my name is Linda Marianello. I live in Tierra Contenta, which is located on the south side of Santa Fe. And
excuse me 1 minute, excuse me. Do
yes.
you want me to swear her in yet?
Oh, yes, Miss Marianello, would you just state for your name and spell your name for the court reporter and any affiliation you might have, and then she's going to swear you in, and then you'll have 3 to 5 minutes to make your comment.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. Linda Marianello. The last name is spelled Marianello. And my affiliation is with the neighborhood of Tierra Contenta in Santa Fe on the south side.
Thank you.
And I am represented by the New Mexico Environmental Law Center as a resident of Tierra Contenta.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. I would like to begin by saying that I have also provided copies of all of the things that I will mention today in my oral statements in writing to Pamela Jones. And that includes 5 attachments of various articles that I think are relevant to the subject. And I also had provided and had confirmed by the New Mexico Environment Department that my previous written comments were sent to the NMED prior to the February 2020 neighborhood meeting at the Nancy Rodriguez Community Center are still on file and are part of this hearing as well. So I just wanted to confirm that. My comments cover 4 areas of concern: public health, lack of monitoring and enforcement, associated asphalt and materials LLC's modeling, which our technical experts consider seriously flawed, and whether or not professional Spanish English interpretation is being provided for the hearing so that many of our monolingual participants who speak only Spanish will be able to follow the course of the hearing and understand what is actually taking place. So I did send an email to Pamela Jones and to Kathy Prim about the interpretation. And the reason I did that is because I am a professional translator and interpreter in the German and English language pair. So I belong to the American Translators Association, which is one of the top professional translator associations in the United States and the world. And those comments are based upon the standards that the American Translator Association has established for interpretation and written translation. Regarding public health, it was my understanding, and I don't know if this has been already discussed prior to the beginning of the hearing, that Associated Asphalt and Materials wish to deny the right of Dr. Lance Chilton, our medical health expert, to speak, to testify at the hearing. And I certainly do disagree with that, because I believe that many of the residents here on the south side of Santa Fe think that public health is not irrelevant to any decision. Perhaps from a legal standpoint, it may be from an ethical standpoint, and in terms of the health of this community and our quality of life on the south side of Santa Fe, it most certainly is not. I personally live in Tierra Contenta. I am of European descent, and I'm a middle-class resident of the Santa Fe South Side, and I stand with a coalition of people of all ages, races, ethnicities, and economic strata. And I am in that coalition because I believe that everyone who lives on the south side of Santa Fe has the right to a quality of life, a high quality of life. Of particular concern, today I submitted 4 photographs to Pamela Jones of new construction that is currently taking place almost exactly across the street from the location of the proposed asphalt plant on South Meadows. And that construction looks massive. It is an apartment complex, or a series of apartment complexes that are currently now being built directly adjoining the El Camino Real Academy. And I thought it was important to provide those photographs as evidence of certainly one of the areas of greatest concern in terms of how air pollution emitted from the asphalt plant, if permitted to be located where it has been proposed would be very harmful to both the students at the school and all of the new construction that is taking place in the most densely populated area of Santa Fe on the south side. So I think this is very, very serious, and it appears to me that the amount of new development, in addition to the already densely populated part of town that is called Santa Fe's South Side, is not compatible with massive industrial pollution being emitted in close proximity to these neighborhoods. I also had listed all of the different residents of neighborhoods that are located in this area on my in my written comments regarding public health, so I won't repeat that here. It's already stated. But there is one thing that I would like to address, and that is that I believe Asphalt, Associated Asphalt and Materials, has asserted that it's moving its plant farther away from residential areas, schools, athletic fields, and other areas frequented by Southside residents. I do not believe that is true, and I believe that many other people will attest to the same thing.
Ms. Marianello,
yes.
I don't want, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I let you go a little bit over because, you know, I appreciate your heartfelt comment. But in fairness, to give everyone,
Yes.
you know, the 5 minutes I've promised,
Yes.
we will read your comment. Your comment is actually part of the record proper. Any written comment is part of the written comment, as part of the record proper, and must be addressed in my hearing officer report. So I want you to be assured that will all be addressed in my hearing officer report. So I want to say thank you, and I'm going to ask Ms. Jones to announce the next public commenter.
I think you're next.
Thank you.
Yes, I am going to unmute Estefani Barrera and ask that they identify themselves and their affiliation, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Estefani Barrera, and I am an environmental justice organizer with EarthCare.
And to get you sworn in today, would you spell your name for the court reporter, and she'll swear you in.
Okay, so my first name is Estefani, and then last name Barrera.
Thank you. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, hearing examiner. My name is Estefani Barrera. I am an environmental justice organizer with EarthCare. Today I am here because I stand in opposition of the consolidations of the two plants. I currently live off of Airport Road. The south side of Santa Fe has been my home almost my entire life. We face a lot on the south side of Santa Fe. The plan should be to make it a better place and not put more harmful things in our way. We already deal with the sewage. Why do we have to continue to deal with what I like to call environmental racism? We deserve fresh air as much as someone who lives in the downtown area. This is not fair for me, for my family, or friends, or community members. Why is it better? Well, better said, how is it fair that the immigrant community or lower income have to deal with this? This is
Ms.
not
Barrera?
okay. Yes.
Ms. Barrera, would you please slow down a little bit so that the court reporter can catch everything you're saying? I want to make sure it's on the record.
Okay, yes, sorry about that.
Thank you.
I
You're
continue.
welcome. Yes, please do.
How is it fair for us, the immigrant community or lower income, to deal with this? This is not okay. This is not only temporary situation. This is something that the Southside resident will have to deal with every day, all day and night. Our team has received 45 letters from concerned students from El Camino Real that we have submitted. This is our community. This is where we have been for a very long time. And I strongly believe we should all be able to make choices of what we want to see. Like I mentioned earlier, we have to make the Southside a better place for all of us. Today, I ask you please to deny the permit and make our health your first priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barrera. Ms. Jones, who's next? You're muted, Ms. Jones.
Pardon me, I'm unmuting Jennifer Garan. She will identify herself and her affiliation, please.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Garan. I'm a resident of the Tierra Contenta neighborhood on the south side.
And Ms. Garan, are you affiliated with anyone, or are you just making this comment on your own behalf?
I'm affiliated with Earth Care and the community groups on the south side, and also a private citizen.
Very good. Would you spell your name for the court reporter so she can swear you in?
My first name is Jennifer, Jennifer. Last name Garan, Guerin.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jennifer Garan. As I said, I've been a resident of Tierra Contenta neighborhood for over 20 years. I am the school librarian at Santa Fe Indian School and also a teacher. My son is a 5th grader at El Camino Real Academy. And I would like to say actually a particular thanks and shout out to all the young people and students who are on this call with us. Thank you for being here, students. I would like to go on record saying that my family and I stand in strong opposition to granting the permit for the newly consolidated plant in our neighborhood. We and our neighbors live in a vibrant and fast-growing part of Santa Fe, but the reality is that we also represent the youngest, the least insured and most underinsured, as well as the most ethnically, racially, and economically diverse district in the city. Although it may seem logical for AAM to locate its plant on the south side because there is so much empty space in this part of town, we believe that this way of thinking ignores many important factors. First, it ignores the fact that the plant is in close proximity to several elementary schools, including El Camino Real Academy, Ramirez Thomas, Sweeney, Cesar Chavez, and Nina Otero. Second, it ignores the social and health impacts of locating multiple polluting industries in an area with a growing and concentrated population. To my knowledge, these impacts are not captured in any comprehensive local study to date or in AAM's permit, but they have been documented in similar neighborhoods all around the country for decades. Finally, it fails to recognize the fact that the plant's modeling indicates that it is going to come dangerously close to the maximum amount of emissions for volatile organic compounds and fine particulates as set by air quality standards. We and our coalition of friends and neighbors hope that the permit will be denied and that further, more holistic study will be done before our neighborhood becomes a sacrifice zone. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Garan. May I have the next one, Ms. Jones?
Yes, I am going to, let me find him. Castile Aguilar. I'm going to ask you to unmute and identify yourself, please. Castile.
Hi, my name is Castile Aguilar, and I am here as a representative of Youth United for Climate Crisis Action, also known as YUCCA.
Okay. Would you spell your name for the court reporter so she can get you sworn in?
My first name is Castille. My last name is Aguilar.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Ms. Aguilar, please proceed.
Thank you. And hello, everybody. My name is Castile Aguilar, and I'm here as a representative of YUCCA, Youth United for Climate Crisis Action. We are a climate and social justice-based organization made up of youth all over northern New Mexico. However, a lot of our folks are from the south side, the side of town that this asphalt plant consolidation will cause the most immediate harm. Low income and people of color are known to be disproportionately impacted by climate injustice because of projects like this. We cannot continue to turn a blind eye to the health impacts and pollution that this is causing and the lack of voices being heard from the surrounding communities. Even when there was a community meeting, there was insufficient outreach and insufficient answering of the questions that people raised, and insufficient information about this project. The community's voices have said that this is not acceptable, and they continue to be ignored. We ask you today that these voices, through the testimonials that we've already heard and will continue to hear, and the amount of folks present today, are heard. Thank you for your consideration.
Ms. Aguilar, before you go, you know you have the right to cross-examine any of the witnesses that the parties put on today. Did you know that?
I did not, but thank you for letting me know that.
By all means. So if you're willing to sit through an hour or two of technical testimony, you're more than welcome to ask a question that was not answered at those meetings, okay?
Awesome, thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Jones, do we have any other public comment before we begin?
Yes, we do. Selma Gutierrez, I am going to ask you to unmute and identify yourself, please, for the court reporter.
Hi, I'm Selma Gutierrez. My name is spelled SELMA-GUTIERREZ.
And Ms. Gutierrez, before you're sworn in, would you just tell us if you're affiliated with any group?
I'm affiliated with the Santa Fe Mutual Aid.
Okay, so we're going to swear you in now.
Awesome.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Good evening, Mr. Hearing Officer. My name is Selma Gutierrez, and I am a representative of the Santa Fe Mutual Aid, a network of residents in the Santa Fe County that have been providing support to one another during COVID-19 crisis. I'm here to represent the many members of the network who reside in the Airport Road neighborhoods. The majority of our members, 1,300 members, live in the Airport Road corridor. Throughout history and throughout many cities, people of color and marginalized communities have been taken advantage of and are not accounted for. We are repeating history if we follow through with the permit without adequate information about health impacts. In the New Mexican news article, company holds meeting to address concerns of asphalt plant that only around 70 people came up to this meeting. That does not cover not even 1/4 of the community's population. This information is not being reached to the right areas of many of our community members are not being accounted for. We have shared information throughout the network and the overall sentiment of residents is extreme concern. You might know that the south side of Santa Fe in area code 87507 have been one of the areas hardest hit by the pandemic. Their health is at risk and they are not aware of all the details in this proposal. As a member of the community and having always lived in the south side of Santa Fe, I'm here to be their voice and ask you to deny this permit until the company can prove that residents in the area are already have asthma, allergies, or COVID will not be adversely affected. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I repeat what I said to Ms. Aguilar, that you may ask questions to the witnesses if you want to participate later.
Thank you.
Welcome. Ms. Jones, are there any other public comment before we begin?
Yes, sir. I will ask Patricia Garcia to unmute and identify herself, please.
Sorry. Mi nombre es Patricia Chillón García. Do I have to speak in English or can I speak in Spanish? Sorry.
Ma'am, how does that work?
So, mi nombre es Patricia Chillón
Ms. Garcia,
Garcia.
excuse me, just one moment. Ms. Jones, how does it work if she speaks in English? I'm sorry, if she speaks in Spanish, how does it work with the interpreters?
The interpreter was on and was interpreting what she said.
And I see she has a thumbs up.
I am not getting the interpretation.
And neither am I.
Okay, it's fine. I can try. I will
Oh,
try
good.
to do my best.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia.
My English. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, thank you. So my name is Patricia Chillon Garcia.
Hold on, Ms.
and-
Garcia. Ms. Locke wants to say something.
Sorry, Mr. Hearing Officer, I just wanted to point out that you can change to an English or Spanish channel on Zoom, and that's how you would hear the interpretation if Ms. Garcia spoke in Spanish.
All right, give me a moment. Let me find out where to do that. Is that at the bottom of the screen?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer.
One moment, please.
It looks like a little globe.
Interpretation, I see it. I see it now. And so do I click on Spanish or English? I click on English, right?
That's correct, Mr. Hearing Officer, yes.
I can, yes, thank you. Yes. Okay, Ms. Garcia, I think you can proceed if the court reporter has switched over.
I have not.
Okay. At the bottom of your screen, there's a globe.
1 second. Yes.
Yes.
We're off the record while I'm doing this.
Of course, of course.
And I need to go to English or
English.
Spanish?
Yeah, English, English.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
And
Wendy,
Ms.
give me,
Court
I'm
Reporter,
sorry.
have you-
Give me 1 second. I need to, no, that's fine. We'll just deal with it.
Okay, so Ms. Garcia, I don't know that you've been sworn in yet, right? No.
Right.
So Ms. Garcia, would you spell your name and tell us who you're affiliated with before you get sworn in?
El deletreo es Patricia. Y estoy, soy una residente, es un testimonio individual, pero estoy relacionada con la organización Earthcare.
What is that?
It's one of Earthcare is one of the associations that already talked. Stephanie.
Interpreter, would you ask her what does SK mean? I need to know.
Sí, lo sé, discúlpeme. Voy a ir con el español, es que se me olvida.
I didn't get the translation for that.
Me either.
Mi testimonio es individual, pero
Yes.
pero he estado en contacto con afiliada a la organización Earthcare.
Excuse me 1 second. I can't understand the interpreter speaking at the same time as the witness.
Me too. I thought the whole purpose of having the interpreter was that we would only hear the interpreter and not. Well, I'm asking you to do that because I don't speak Spanish.
I think that is the intention. Pam, is there any way we can do
Okay,
that?
it's fine. Let's do it then in English. Let's do it in English. So this is okay. So I'm an individual testimonial because I'm a resident of this community, the South community, but also I have been part of the organization Earthcare that have been the one that has been informing us about the construction of the asphalt plant in
Okay,
this
Ms.
community.
Garcia, you're going to get sworn in now.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
Thank
Please,
you.
please proceed.
Okay, so I am a resident of the South Side for a long time already, and I am also a teacher, Spanish and history at El Camino Real Academy, 6th grade students, and I'm the mom of a 5-year-old that goes to El Camino Real Academy. The first surprising thing was that the community of neighbors were not informed about the construction of this plant. And for what we understand, the protocols of the information, and being New Mexico, a bilingual state, was not done in the proper way a year ago. And after we knew this, thanks to Healthcare, we were like talking with our community of the school, the students. We were researching about the very negative impact that the construction of this plant will have in the health of our community and also the environment. And we also thought that there was not being like a justice or an equity on how close this plant is going to be built, close to this growing community. And maybe like it's time for Santa Fe or the county like to consider a rezoning of the industrial area. The ones that we live here close to the golf court, we can smell the fumes of the mine that is in La Bajada Hill. And we are talking that this plant will be built very close to our community. So I think that this is a serious decision that we need to take care of the community that live here, that we have this the same rights, that we have to be treated with equity again and with justice. And I think that it will be a wise decision for the health of this beautiful community to deny the permit to build this asphalt plant. And as one of the testimonials said, we are in an area full of schools, people that don't have health insurance, that they don't really have a voice for many reasons, their heritage background. And I think that this is the first thing and the healthy thing to do with our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Garcia. Pam, who's the next one?
Mr. Hearing Officer, this is Chris Vigil. Sorry to interrupt. I'm concerned that Spanish speakers may not be getting the full opportunity to participate, and I'm wondering if it might work better if we set aside a separate but equal time for the Spanish speakers. The reason being is that way they don't get kind of run over by English speakers. And if we take them one at a time here and there, we may not have, we may have this technological glitch. If we can get this technological issue, I'm sorry, if we can, I apologize. If we can get this technological issue sort of ironed out, then maybe we can allow all the Spanish speakers to speak and it would be a lot easier for them. And we can have the translation to where both English and Spanish speakers can hear it. I think that I heard what you said, Hearing Officer. I agree that was our intent. Is there any way we could maybe take English speakers, or in the alternative, maybe take a recess and figure this out? I don't want to be too disruptive, but it is a concern of ours.
Pam, did you have anyone else on the list?
Yes, sir. I have at present 5 names.
5 more names.
Correct.
Okay. Let's see which, if any of them, need that treatment, and we can form a plan if we see that there are those people, Mr. Vigil. So let's go one at a time, and if we need to hear from the Spanish speakers altogether. It was my understanding that Ms. Garcia had not chosen the right channel to speak in Spanish, which is why we were hearing, which is why we were having a problem with that. But let's see about the next 5 people, and we'll see how many of them we need that treatment.
Okay, the next name on the list is Domenica Nieto. I will unmute and ask you to identify yourself and whether or not you will be speaking in English or Spanish.
Yes, my name is Domenica Nieto and I'll be speaking in English.
Would you spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, it's DOMENICANIETO.
Okay, and do you have an affiliation, Ms. Nieto?
Yes, I am with Earth Care.
Wonderful. Would the court reporter please swear in Ms. Nieto?
You would raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Domenica Nieto, and I was raised here in Santa Fe. I have grown up with many friends and relatives who live on work and attend school near the potential asphalt plant. The Southside community is filled with hardworking families and individuals who are the backbone to the success of our city. As an El Camino Real Academy alumni, I stand with the youth who would be the most impacted by this asphalt plant. I am the oldest of 4 siblings, and I understand the importance of having access to safe and secure education for our Santa Fe youth. The health and well-being of our communities should be equally displayed throughout our city, and all students deserve a chance to attend school as safely and as possible, as seeing that they are our future. As you will see now, as we have many students represented here today from El Camino Real and other schools across the South Side, students of the South Side of Santa Fe, no matter how young or old, will stand up for their rights, and we urge you to take that into account. Additionally, we have already circulated a bilingual petition that already has 319 signatures that we will submit electronically to you. It reads as follows. We residents of the impacted neighborhoods and are concerned about the negative impacts this large operation will have on air quality, noise, and vehicle traffic on public roads, degradation of natural beauty and quality of life for residents, and threaten wildlife, historic structures, tourism, water quality, water conservation, and property values. We are concerned because there are more polluting industries coming here, increasing the impact on our children's lungs. Homes, parks, and schools may become full of harmful dust, fumes, and residue. We are concerned about environmental racism. More and more polluting businesses are coming to the South Side of Santa Fe. This is the most densely populated part of Santa Fe and is home to the greatest number of youth, low income, and immigrant families. Our community is already the most impacted by COVID, and now we may see increased rates of asthma and other diseases in our children. We do not believe the current permit application has adequately addressed the human and environmental concerns or the current EPA standards. In addition to the concerns above, we are concerned that the current operations of the company may not be compliant with air quality standards and that sufficient monitoring and oversight do not exist to protect our community's health. Given the absence of this information, we support postponing any permit approval until such time as associated asphalt operations have been sufficiently monitored, compliance has been proven based on appropriate standards, and the impacts to the community of the consolidated plant operation have been studied in the context of COVID-19 and cumulative air quality impacts in the area. We do not believe there is enough information nor data for the NMED to make an affirmative ruling on the associated asphalt plant's permit request at this time and ask the Environment Department to deny the permit. This was signed by 319 community members in just 1 week's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nieto. Who is the next person on the list, Ms. Jones?
The next person on the list is Marianne Maestas, and I'll ask you to unmute and let us know if you're speaking in English or Spanish.
English.
Thank you. Would you spell your name, please?
My name is Marianne, Maryann, Maestas, Maestas.
And are you affiliated with any organization?
I am affiliated with Earth Care.
And the court reporter is going to swear you in, and then you can proceed.
You would raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Marianello, and I'm a resident of District 3 of the city of Santa Fe in Santa Fe County, and I live off of Airport Road. I spend a lot of time outside and near my neighborhood, and we are surrounded by industry, including associated asphalt and materials. Our neighborhood is not actually listed on many of the maps that you'll find, so unfortunately, this means that we get left out of discussions about what kind of infrastructure, development, and permitting happens here. And during the first presentation on this permit at the beginning of the year, our neighborhood, along with others, were left out of the presentation. And according to census data, the census tract that I live in is largely Hispanic and Latino and has an average household size of 4 people, showing me that we have a lot of families who live near this plant. I'm also a graduate student in community and regional planning at UNM, and I currently focus on community development. Having industry close to so many neighborhoods is not the way we build and sustain healthy communities. In our courses, we talk about how to avoid making planning errors where marginalized, low income, and underinvested communities have to be exposed to air pollution and other environmental hazards. Despite the acknowledgement of these issues, we continue to see these patterns and decisions happen all over New Mexico. And I know that the New Mexico Environment Department does not control zoning in New Mexico cities and counties. However, the New Mexico Environment Department does have the ability to monitor and ensure that these industries operating in our neighborhoods and on the outskirts are held up to high standards and also be regulated and held accountable when they don't meet those standards. And we should be able to have the ability to be briefed on these issues. So I'd ask you to please deny this permit and also allow our neighborhoods to have adequate briefings and information about how this consolidation will affect our health in our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you know that you can stay on and cross-examine witnesses after they testify. Ms. Jones, who is next?
Next, we have Adrian Harvitz, and I will ask you to unmute and identify yourself.
Yes. Hello, my name is Adrian Harvitz. Thank you to the facilitators today and to all the community members of all ages and walks of life who have shared some wonderful testimonies. There's nothing I have to say that I think has been said better than anyone else that could say it, but I'm here in solidarity with all of us in Santa Fe. I am an 18-year resident of Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Miss, if you were going to stop at "I'm here in solidarity," I wouldn't swear you in. But at this point, if you want to say more than that, we need to get you sworn in, which is just fine. It's your right to speak. So would you spell your name for the court reporter and tell us who you are affiliated with before you're sworn in?
Yes, Adrian, ADRIENNE, and Harvitz, HARVITZ. I'm here with myself. I'm not formally affiliated with anyone, but I have been a long-term ally and volunteer with the Earth Care for, I would say, it's been about more than 15 years now that I've worked with Earth Care as a volunteer, and I was started as an intern when I was really young, but yeah.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Okay, like I said, I am an 18-year resident of Santa Fe, New Mexico. I have lived in many parts of town in my time here. And for 10 years, I did live on the south side in Agua Fria Village, very close to the proposed site of this extension of this asphalt plant, in very close to Camino Real Academy. My own children attended Camino Real Academy for a time, and I've also been a teacher of physical education and health and a substitute at schools all over Santa Fe, including Kearney and Nava and Camino Real and Nina Otero, and many communities, the children of many of the communities affected by the potential water, air quality, and other related health outcomes that would be adverse have attended those schools and have been my students. So I would like to say that I am very concerned about how this is going to affect the health of our youth and their families. I'm also currently a program coordinator at the Santa Fe Indian School. So I'm still in the field of education. And I actually work running a program to train.
Okay, well, we've lost her. When she comes back, we can pick up where we left off. Do you want to start with the next one, Ms. Jones?
Yes, I'm going to unmute Artemisio Romero y Carver and ask you to identify yourself and whether you will be speaking English or Spanish.
Hello, I will be speaking in English.
Thank you. Could you spell your name for the court reporter, please?
No worries. This is going to be a little bit of a thing. Apologies. Artemisio is spelled A-R-T-E-M-I-S-I-O. Is that good?
Yes.
My last name is 3 words. So the first word is Romero, R-O-M-E-R-O, space, lowercase y, space, C-A-R-V-E-R.
And are you affiliated with anyone?
I'm a member of Yucca Youth United for Climate Crisis Action, but I'm here today. I guess I'll speak as the Santa Fe Youth Poet Laureate.
Okay, and you're going to get sworn in now.
Okay.
If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Hi. So right now I'm calling you guys from a place right at the edge of Santa Fe called Lamy, and I'm calling from a little box canyon. But when I was growing up, I spent a lot of my formative years in what is called, in the changing definition, the south side of Santa Fe. But by the time I got to high school, I had gotten into the New Mexico School for the Arts, which is a charter school whose campus is located kind of at the heart of downtown Santa Fe. And so at a certain point, growing up, going between those two places, between downtown Santa Fe, the south side, and that history, it became very obvious to me, brutally obvious to me, that Santa Fe is a very separated town. Santa Fe is segregated, and I don't say that as hyperbole or like angry declaration. I say that as sad, horrible fact. We can look at Santa Fe and we can see the concentration of communities of color, of immigrant communities, of Latinx communities, parallel the concentration of poverty. And that consolidation, that pushing of people into the ghettoized space is called the South Side. And in that area, right, we have, like was mentioned before, some of the highest population density, some of the largest amounts of risks across the board. We have some of the highest child poverty rates in the country in the south side of Santa Fe. And with that comes higher health risks in general, comes higher starvation rates, comes higher dangers, and very recently has indicated high COVID rates concentrated on the south side of Santa Fe. So we have this place full of people in a way that nowhere else in Santa Fe is, also full of poverty and COVID. It's a place where the risks are larger than they are anywhere else across the board. And Associated Asphalts and Materials LLC has decided that that would be the ideal place to position a mass production of pollutants. I can't read that as anything other than targeted. I really wish I could, but I can't. Now, when I say, and other people have said the words environmental racism, I want to be clear when I'm making that claim that it's what's happening with the consolidation of these asphalt plants constitutes an act of environmental racism. I'm not claiming to know the mind or soul or intentions of the owners of this private LLC. I don't really know, and honestly, I'm not very concerned with whether or not they are consciously thinking that they want to harm communities of color. I just know that they are preparing to, and that's all that matters to me. And I think that's the most important definition for an act of racism. I know that maybe you still don't want to think that it's targeted, and I get that. When I was a little bit younger, when I was a little more optimistic, I think I would have hoped for the same thing. But we wouldn't be having this conversation if they were trying to consolidate an asphalt plant off a canyon road. And I won't entertain the idea that a gallery is somehow more valuable than an elementary school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Jones?
Yes, I'm going to unmute Linda Marianello, and Franz Vogt is the speaker. And I asked that he would identify himself and speak and spell his name.
Yes, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, my name is Carl Franz Vogt, and I am a resident of Tierra Contenta, and I represent myself in this matter.
Would you spell your name for the court reporter before she swears you in?
Yes. First name Carl with a K, K-A-R-L. F like in Frank, R-A-N-Z, zebra, Franz. And the last name is V as in Victor, O-T-E, vote just like elections.
Would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. So, hello, my name is Franz Vogt. I live at the south end of Tierra Contenta. My wife and I moved into our house about 12 years ago, this coming June. I am an opera conductor my whole career, and I've retired from the Metropolitan Opera a number of years ago. Since 2011, I've been artistic director of the New Mexico Performing Arts Society. My work with NMPAS centers around mentoring and providing career development opportunities for talented professional musicians who live in New Mexico. Our ensembles have Native Americans, Hispanic, Latino, and Caucasian artists, and include members of the LGBTQ community, as does our board. Our performers range in age from 20 to 75. My wife, Linda Marianello, had COVID-19 in March of 2020 and is a long hauler. We're still figuring out her health situation and how air pollution may contribute to the compromised lung function that has resulted from COVID. I'm involved in the campaign because of Linda's health concerns for my neighbors here in Tierra Contenta and on the south side of Santa Fe generally. Of special concern to me are children like the elementary school kids at El Camino Real Academy. If you drive by El Camino Real Academy today, you will see large numbers of apartment complexes going up. The city of Santa Fe is building high-density housing right next to the school. Both students and residents will be impacted by the asphalt plant on the west side of 599. Should associated asphalt and materials be granted an air quality permit by the New Mexico Environment Department. The south side of Santa Fe is my home, and I care about residents in the mobile home parks closest to the proposed asphalt plant, as well as for myself and my neighbors in Tierra Contenta. I'm of European descent, Irish and German to be precise, but I care about all of my neighbors, about people of color who live by me, and I stand with them and Earth Care in a coalition of Southside residents that includes all ages, ethnicities, and income levels. For all of these reasons, I ask NMED to decline the application by Associated Asphalt and Materials, LLC, for an air quality permit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Jones, how many more people do we have?
I have Miss Harvitz back on the line that got knocked off earlier, and that's the end of the list.
Okay, so Ms. Harvitz, welcome back. I don't see you.
I'm here. Maybe then you can see me.
Excellent.
Okay.
Would you
Sorry
pick it
about
up from
that.
where you left off?
Do I have to do this again?
No, we have a transcript. The court reporter has gotten every word you've said so far. So if you'll pick it up from where you left off.
Okay, I am sorry about that. Don't we all love technology? What I was trying to say is that at the Indian School now, I coordinate a program where I'm actually guiding students who are 8th graders up through 12th graders to enter careers in healthcare. So I am immersed every day in the realities of health equity in New Mexico. And part of my job and the mission of the grant that funds my position through UNM and the Indian School is to train the next generation of professionals to understand the issues that we face with health equity and the unique disparities facing communities of color and our wonderful rainbow of folks that live here in New Mexico. And I am sorry to say, but if we do this, if we put this this asphalt plant right where we're going to put it, right next to where children and children of color and communities that make lower income levels than the average in our city live, work, and play, that is textbook environmental racism, and the public health outcomes that will come, trailing along behind it will be an example of inequity and the very thing that my students are being prepared to serve. And if, we live in a state where children are already facing greater ACEs scores, adverse childhood experiences, than the average in our nation. That leads to all kinds of negative outcomes. I'm a parent as well as a teacher, as well as an educator in this other more expansive way in my job now. And I can't take those statistics that I see out of my mind. Children in New Mexico are not only going to be at risk for suicide and drug abuse and all kinds of things, but now then to grow up with asthma or chronic illness while you're a child, preventing you from being able to focus on your studies or perform in your athletics. All those things are disparities that just stack the scale against the children of New Mexico and the children of Santa Fe one more weight on the scale. They talk about resiliency as a scale. We all have a natural balance, and the more protective factors you can put on that scale, the higher that child's resiliency will be, and the more negative detrimental things, then it tips the other way. And I'm sorry, but if we don't prevent this from happening, we are consciously putting more weight to tip the scale against the outcomes of our youth, and it's not fair, and it's not just. EarthCare hosted a wonderful information session earlier this weekend, and I was able to listen to scientists and public health professionals that are much more intelligent than I am about all of this. And I also heard testimony from youth and families that it really hits home for them, maybe more deeply than it does for me, because at this time I live a few miles from the site you're talking about, not right next door. But what I will say is that, as other people today have said, I am concerned that the location is problematic. I am concerned that the research is inconclusive. And I am concerned that there is right now no plan to moderate, measure, manage, or remediate if we do find evidence of toxic levels of air quality contaminants happening in our community or in our water, et cetera. So before this permit is issued, I would really suggest and hope and ask and plead that those factors are deeply considered. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to—
Mr. Hearing Officer, excuse me, there are two more names on the list.
Sure, but with that, we're going to end the public comment for now, and they can make their comment at the end of the testimony. I'd like to begin with opening statements. So I'm going to ask the applicant for his opening statement.
Mr. Hearing Officer, is this a good time for a 5-minute break?
It is. It is.
Thank you.
We'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Travis Jackson, and I represent the applicant, Associated Asphalt. This matter is before the hearing officer on an application for air quality permit to allow the applicant to consolidate operations at a single site. Based on some of the public comments, I think it's important from the outset to clarify and underscore that this proposal is not going to create a new asphalt facility where none existed before. The applicant currently operates from 2 separate permitted facilities on the southwest edge of Santa Fe, on property that has long been zoned for industrial use. Grant of this permit would allow the applicant to consolidate all operations across from New Mexico 599 at the location that is furthest from residential development. Consolidation at that single site will also allow the applicant to operate more efficiently and to reduce overall emissions. Moreover, the proposed permit under consideration imposes significantly more restrictions and government oversight of the applicant's operations. By contrast, if the permit is denied, the applicant will have no choice but to continue to operate at its separate locations under the existing permits. This evening, the applicant will present testimony from the owner and operator of the applicant to hopefully provide some background information about Associated Asphalt, inform the public about its operations, and explain the benefits of the proposed consolidation. In addition to offering testimony from representatives of the applicant, I will call 2 technical witnesses to testify in support of the application, Paul Wade and Jim Sieber. The evidence will show that the application and proposed permit comply with all environmental regulations and that the proposed consolidation is in the interest of both the applicant and the surrounding community. Thank you.
Mr. Jackson, before we start with your witnesses, I want to reiterate that your exhibits have been admitted. And I want to make sure the court reporter who's controlling the exhibits in this hearing has copies of those and shows them as admitted.
I'm not sure if I have the copies yet, but I will show they are admitted.
Okay, good. And Ms. Jones or Ms. Corral, who is going to be sending the court reporter the admitted exhibits?
Ms. Corral.
Okay, very good. So Ms. Corral, can I have your acknowledgement that you are going to send the applicant's exhibits to the court reporter?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Hearing Officer. I'll go ahead and do that.
Okay, and Ms. Corral, since we're talking about exhibits, since all the exhibits have been entered, would you please send all of the exhibits, including the amended exhibits from the Environment Department, to the court reporter?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer, I could go ahead and do that as well.
So, Mr. Jackson, are you ready to present your case?
I am, Your Honor.
But please proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. So we're going to proceed in 2 parts. In this first part, pursuant to 20.1.4.400A2A NMAC, the applicant will present brief statements from 3 representatives of Associated Asphalt. Catherine Cook Fishman, who is the manager of the company, Pat Martinez, who is the operations manager, and Matt Lane, who is the environmental specialist for Associated Asphalt. And so the applicant calls its first witness, Catherine Fishman. In order to call her, I think you'll have to release Jackson Lohman from mute.
Can you hear me?
You can. You want to swear in the witness, Ms. Court Reporter?
Yes. If you would raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I swear.
And would you state and spell your full name for me, please?
It's Catherine Fishman, Katharine, Fishman, Fishman.
And Ms. Fishman, before you begin, I want to clarify something with Mr. Jackson. You were not a technical witness on the statement of intent, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, good. So please restrict your testimony to general comment, things that do not rely on experience, education, and that sort of thing. Okay.
I will try. Thank you. As I stated,
I'll ask you a couple of questions first.
Okay.
Good evening, Ms. Fishman. Can you please explain to the hearing officer and to the public what your role is with respect to Associated Asphalt?
Yes, I'm the manager of Associated Asphalt.
Okay. And my understanding is you'd like to make a brief statement in support of the application. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, please proceed.
As I stated before, my name is Catherine Fishman, and I am the president and CEO of the Espanola Mercantile Company, which owns Associated Asphalt and Materials. Associated Asphalt and Materials is the applicant in this matter. We are a family-owned business that has been in New Mexico since 1905. I was born in Santa Fe and raised in Espanola. I'm a graduate of McCurdy High School in Espanola. I also graduated from the Wharton School of Business at the University of Pennsylvania and completed my law degree at the University of New Mexico. I practiced law in Santa Fe and Albuquerque prior to my return to the family business in 2011. I have lived and worked in northern New Mexico most of my life. In the early 1980s, Associated Asphalt and Materials was organized to produce quality construction materials for road construction for the Santa Fe area. This included sand and gravel, and eventually we went into the asphalt business. The original asphalt plant was opened on Oliver Road in the early 1980s. This is the plant that is under consideration today. The need for asphalt was great in the Santa Fe area, so a second asphalt plant was opened in the 1990s at the Paseo de River location. Both plants have been in continuous operation for the last several decades. I can say with every confidence that most people who live and work in Santa Fe have driven on roads or parked in parking lots that have been built or maintained with asphalt from Associated Asphalt plants. I worked for Associated Asphalt as a scale operator at the Oliver location in the mid-1990s. I remember at that time, there was nothing near the plants except other sand and gravel crushing operations, concrete plants, other asphalt plants, and various other industrial uses, like the junkyard and of course, the airport. The area of town was truly called back then the boonies. New Mexico 599 Veterans Memorial Highway was built in the late 1990s. Much of our asphalt was actually used to construct the road. This effectively separated our two asphalt plants by a highway. The original purpose behind the construction of New Mexico 599 was to build an expressway intended to transport nuclear waste from Los Alamos National Laboratory to the WIPP isolation plant in southern New Mexico. As such, the bypass was located on the outskirts of Santa Fe, as far away as possible from any residences or schools. As time has passed, the city and county have grown and expanded, and the city annexed several land areas in the southwest portion of Santa Fe. In the most recent years, residential development has been built along New Mexico 599 and into the backyard of this historically industrial area of Santa Fe. When I took over the business in 2015, I wanted Associated to remain the local source of quality construction products offered at the lowest prices possible. I started looking hard at our costs of production. It became clear that Associated could achieve significant cost savings by consolidating the two plants at a single location. Having two plants separated by a highway creates additional costs and economic inefficiencies. It is also comparatively more difficult to oversee and manage two plant locations. Consolidating into one location also creates the opportunity to move our heavier truck traffic to the New Mexico 599 frontage road and to the west side of Airport Road from New Mexico 599, taking the heavy truck traffic off of the roads, accessing residential subdivisions off of Airport Road. The infrastructure we plan to install within the consolidated site includes wide paved roads, which increases safety and reduces the dust that are kicked up by the trucks. We also intend to spend the money necessary to bring electric power to the two plants at the consolidated location. This will eliminate two diesel generators we currently use to operate our separate plants. The plant consolidation at a single location results in lower overall emissions in the area just by eliminating these two generators. Currently, we operate the two plants as demand dictates. Asphalt is a very seasonal business, and many times throughout the colder months, our asphalt operations are completely shut down. Our busy season typically spans about 6 months, typically throughout the summer. During that narrow window of good weather, contractors that work for the city, county, and state try to get as many public roads constructed and maintained as taxpayer dollars allow. Many times we are asked to operate the plants at night for night paving. This allows the contractors to work at night when traffic is at a minimum. Night paving is safer for contractors, being that they work around less traffic. It is also a benefit to the public not to have road construction going on during rush hour commutes. Currently, only one of our plants can operate at night under Associated's existing permits. Associated seeks, with this new air quality permit, permission to operate both plants at night. This modification is not being requested because we anticipate a huge increase in demand for asphalt or night paving, such that we would need to operate both plants 24/7. Not at all. Rather, Associated needs to have a backup plant in case the other plant goes down during the middle of a night paving job. Having a backup plant that can operate at night is a benefit to both Associated and to the contractors and governmental entities we serve. We are the only local producer of quality asphalt. We keep the taxpayer dollars spent on asphalt used for road construction and maintenance within the Santa Fe community. Our employees live in Santa Fe, many in the residential areas immediately near the plants. Our offices are located at the Oliver Road location, and many of us spend 8 hours a day at this location. My kids work the scales during the summers, just like I did. It is important to me, as well as to all our employees, that Associated operate the plants cleanly and safely, and that we meet all air quality regulations in our existing permits. We are committed to Santa Fe, to running clean and environmentally sound operations, and to the safety of our employees and the public. We want to be good neighbors and responsible corporate citizens. And the best way to accomplish that is to consolidate the plants further away from the residential neighborhoods, remove the heavy truck traffic from Airport Road eastbound, operate at night, and reduce emissions as outlined in the new permit. As such, we ask that you support our application for this air quality permit, as it will result in better air quality in the area for everyone that works and lives in the area. Thank you for your participation in this permitting process.
And I have no further questions for Ms. Fishman. Thank you for your testimony.
Mr. Jackson, before I excuse the witness, is she going to be on the panel? Are you presenting a panel for cross-exam? No, she's not.
So I'm going to present two experts as a panel, and that will be, but Ms. Fishman will not be part of that panel.
So, Mr. Jackson, it's my understanding that if she's not going to be on the panel, that the party should have an opportunity to cross-examine her.
That's my read of the regulation, to your honor.
So then let's begin with Mr. Vigil. Mr. Vigil, do you have any cross-examination for Ms. Lohman? No, for Ms. Fishman?
No, I do not. Thank you.
And Ms. Locke?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Community just has one question. Thank you, Ms. Fishman, for being with us today. Our question is simply, do you live on Santa Fe South Side?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Nothing further, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Is there any rebuttal, Mr. Jackson?
No, your honor.
Okay, so this witness can be excused. And who is your next witness?
The next call is Pat Martinez. And bear with us for just a second. We're going to have to shuffle some chairs in my conference room.
Would you
Good
raise your
evening,
right?
Mr. Jackson.
Do you want to go and swear her in, Ms. Court Reporter? Swear him in?
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do swear.
And would you state and spell your full name, please?
Pat Martinez, P-A-T Martinez, M-A-R-T-I-N-E-Z.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Oh, sorry, I apologize.
Mr. Jackson, I think this is also a witness of general comment.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and so Mr. Martinez, I just want to caution you that since you did not provide technical testimony in advance, that you are restricted to non-technical testimony, which means matters of general knowledge. Thank you. Proceed, please.
Good evening, Mr. Martinez. Can you please explain to the hearing officer and to the public what your role is with respect to Associated Asphalt?
I'm operations manager for Associated Asphalt and Materials.
And what does that mean?
I oversee the operations of our quarries and asphalt operations, the production of materials, both raw materials, storing, transportation, as well as the production of our asphalt products.
Okay,
and
thank you.
distribution and delivery.
Thank you. My understanding is that you'd like to make a brief statement in support of the application. Is that correct?
I would, sir.
Please proceed.
My name is Pat Martinez. I'm operations manager for Associated Asphalt and Materials, LLC. I'm a native of Santa Fe, New Mexico, and a graduate of St. Michael's High School. My career in materials began in these neighborhoods off South Airport Road more than 30 years ago. My career took me to pursue 2 degrees and experiences in 3 Fortune 5 manufacturing firms before returning to materials processing, where I have been in plant and processing operations for the last 12 years. 1 year ago, I was afforded this rare and outstanding opportunity to return home to Santa Fe and join this outstanding firm whose roots are over 115 years old in northern New Mexico. I was fortunate to return to this area where I started over 3 decades ago. Associated Asphalt and Materials management is clear, decisive, and committed to being a world-class producer of construction materials to serve our communities. My experience has seen environmental and production excellence and leadership in some of our country's largest and most prolific manufacturers. I've been able to bring these lessons learned with me to the materials business. Our goal and our mission is to implement production efficiency with environmental excellence, leading safety practices. Associated Asphalt and Materials LLC is a committed producer and supplier of asphalt products to the entire community in Santa Fe and the surrounding areas. We work closely with city, county, and state governments, along with the contracting community and local individuals, to ensure quality, low-cost asphalt materials that are found on roads, parking lots, bike trails, driveways, and countless other places. It is through laser sight on production and efficiency that Associated Asphalt and Materials LLC is able to maintain a position as a low-cost leader. Our customers and our communities depend on us to meet the cost challenges that make it possible for our highways, streets, and paths to be built and maintained in an environment where budgets are constantly stretched and strained. Associated Asphalt and Material LLC's air quality permit calls for the consolidation of its plant located at 3810 Oliver Road to be co-located with its asphalt plant at 86 Paseo de River, approximately 1/3 of a mile north of its present location. Both plants have been in their locations for over 35 years. With the construction of the 599 bypass, it is natural to bring them together on their plot on the west side of the 599 bypass. This action reflects further vertical and integration to enhance our position for operations and environmental management. There are clear operational, environmental, and safety benefits that would come from the approval of this air quality permit and co-location of the plants. That would be reduced truck traffic turning onto Airport Road from Oliver Road, will improve traffic flow and safety for the greater South Airport Road community. Enhanced traffic flow with improved safety utilizing the 599 frontage for truck traffic accessing the consolidated site for the delivery of raw materials and the shipping of finished materials. The associated comprehensive infrastructure at the consolidated site that is to include wide paved access and egress to significantly reduce dust and improve truck driver safety. Co-location of raw material stockpiles will be easier to manage and significantly reduce particulate dust. Co-location on this site lands both plants into a historically zoned industrial area, further from the homes and residences that have developed in the area around Oliver Road in more recent years. Improved efficiency in asphalt production from our ability to plan and operate the plants as needed, which will at times curb dual operations that result from separate site locations. Eliminating large portable generators and their associated diesel emissions in favor of clean electrical power for a cleaner,
Objection.
more dependable
Mr. Hearing
operation.
Officer, I'd like to object to that part of the testimony and any other parts of the testimony, particularly Dust's involvement as technical testimony and not lay testimony. I think it's Martinez, is testifying about the reductions in air emissions, which is a technical area.
Mr. Jackson, what do you have to say?
I guess what I would like to do is just advise my witness to move past the opinions about specific dust emissions. I think what he was really referring to more was the paving of the road not kicking as much dust, but I take the objection and would ask you just to move past them.
Okay, so let me make a ruling before he continues. And so I sustain the objection. So please ask your client to move on.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jans.
Please proceed, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you. The benefits to the permit approval are clear. To be clear, this is not an addition or an expansion of Associated Asphalt and Material LLC's facilities footprint. This is an action the company is taking to improve safety, efficiency, and enhance our environment to ensure affordable materials continue to be available to the Santa Fe and surrounding communities for years to come. Associated Asphalt and Material LLC's employees overwhelmingly reside in the community immediately surrounding the community. They are employed in well compensated and skilled trades. Some are second generation in the firm. Some look forward to a third generation. They also depend on our continued drive for excellence through clean, safe, and competitive operations. The approval by NMED of this air quality permit reflects AAM's call to challenge to continue to improve and be a leader in its industry and in its community. This is a call to a win-win situation for both the state of New Mexico and Associated Asphalt Materials and Materials LLC. Associated Asphalt Materials is proud of its long heritage serving Santa Fe and the surrounding community for several decades. It is equally proud of its relationship with the state, in particular NMED. Thank you all for your time and participation in this permitting process.
Mr. Vigil, are you have any cross-examination for this witness?
No, I do not. Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Locke?
Just one question. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Mr. Martinez, do you live on Santa Fe's south side?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Where at?
In Nava Day.
Thank you.
Okay, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor, with your permission.
Okay. So this witness is excused. Thank you, Mr. Martinez, for your participation. Who is your next witness, Mr. Jackson?
The applicant calls Matt Lane.
Please proceed.
Mr. Lane, can you hear me?
Yes.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Would you state and spell your full name, please?
Matthew Lane, MATTHEWLANE.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Lane. Can you please explain to the hearing officer and to the public what your role is at Associated Asphalt?
It's my job to supervise the company's efforts to comply with environmental regulations.
What's your job title?
Environmental specialist.
Okay. My understanding is you'd like to make a brief statement in support of the application. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please proceed.
I have worked within New Mexico in the environmental compliance field for over 20 years. It is important to share that during my time at Associated Asphalt, the company leadership has been committed to compliance with environmental regulations and has committed the required resources to ensure its operations comply with environmental permit conditions. Associated Asphalt currently operates in 2 locations and has applied to the New Mexico Environment Department to relocate and consolidate existing permitted facilities into a single site located at 86 Paseo de River. Associated Asphalt's primary reason for the consolidation is to increase operational efficiency, reduce costs, and reduce waste. However, consolidating the permits and relocating one hot mix asphalt plant 0.29 miles north from its current permitted location at Oliver Road, across 599 with a second hot mix asphalt plant would have benefits. In other words, approval of the permit will move Associated Asphalt's operations to the location furthest from the nearest residential area, the furthest area that Associated operates from, across the relief route, and reduce the overall emissions. Consolidation of the permits will have a number of benefits. It'll remove 2 diesel generators, and it'll pave internal high roads.
Same objection, Mr. Hearing Officer. This is technical testimony.
Mr. Jackson?
I don't believe that the testimony about the removal of generators is technical testimony. I think that a layperson could express the opinion that the removal of a diesel generator would reduce emissions.
Mr. Jens?
I have to disagree with Mr. Jackson. I don't think it's fair for a lay witness to compare different emission sources and make the evaluation about whether one causes less emissions than another. So for example, in this case, diesel generators versus natural gas hookups.
Well, that's incorrect. As they testified earlier, they're replacing the diesel generators with electricity.
Or electricity.
Mr. Jens, your objection is well taken. I'm going to overrule it. However, Mr. Lane, please do not make any statements that are based on technical expertise that you have. Keep them more general. I understand Mr. Jackson's point that he believes, and I don't disagree with the statement that, removing a diesel generator means you're going to have less pollution. However, if you're going to start comparing it with other sources of pollution, then you are getting into technical testimony. So please keep your statements more general, but please proceed.
If the permit is approved, Associated Asphalt will be subject to more government oversight, monitoring, and record-keeping conditions than is required under the existing permit. The new permit would cap asphalt production rates below the existing permitted limits. These new permit conditions will give NMED and the public additional assurances that Associated Asphalt is operating in compliance with their permit. The new permit conditions would control what equipment is authorized to be installed and operated. The new permit will include emission limits for each of the emission source and methods of confirming those emission rates and ongoing monitoring, record keeping, and reporting requirements. Associated Asphalt has agreed to these conditions despite the fact that they potentially are going to increase costs and compliance obligations. It's important to emphasize that the new permit and equipment consolidation does not expand the existing operations and will not increase Associated Asphalt's production rates. Associated Asphalt production is based on demand, which can be met by the existing plants as they are currently configured and permitted. Denial of the permit would not stop operations, as Associated Asphalt would have little choice but to continue to operate under its existing permits at the separate locations. Approval of the permit would reduce emissions, consolidate operations at the site furthest from residential development, and greatly increase government oversight. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this permit.
Thank you, sir. Is there any cross-examination of this witness?
Mr. Hearing Officer, community would like to ask a few questions, please.
We've been going in, I'm sorry, Mr. Jans, we've been going in the order of Mr. Vigil and then you, but I know you want to ask questions. So Mr. Vigil, are there any questions?
No, thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer.
No, okay. Mr. Jans, please, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Good evening, Mr. Jackson. My name is Eric Jans. I'm a staff attorney at the New Mexico Environmental Law Center, and I'm here on behalf of the community. I want to ask you a few questions. You mentioned that you had been working for Associated Asphalt Materials, but I don't remember, and forgive me if I missed this, I don't remember you saying how long you've been with them?
It's been 3 years.
3 years. Okay, great. Thank you. And I want to ask the same question that Ms. Flock has asked the other witnesses. Do you live in Santa Fe South Side?
No.
Okay. And then I think the last question is that you've expressed some pride about the environmental compliance of the company, as well as the resources that you're expending on consolidating the plant to maintain a good environmental record. I just want to ask you whether AAM would commit to stack monitoring at the consolidated operation.
Objection, Your Honor. That's not a fact question. He's not allowed to ask the witness to commit the applicant to a condition.
Mr. Jans, cross-examination is usually limited to something that he said in direct. What statement did he make in direct that you're cross-examining?
I was inquiring about the veracity of the statements about environmental compliance and the willingness to be a good corporate neighbor.
And the objection is what again, Mr. Jackson?
That he's asking him to commit to a certain future conduct or conditions. That's not a fact question. That wasn't within the scope of his testimony.
I'm going to sustain that. I'm going to ask you to rephrase your question, Mr. Jans. I think you can make your point in another way without asking him to commit the company.
Let me ask it this way, Mr. Lane. If the Environment Department proposed a condition that required stack monitoring, would that be something that would be objectionable?
Same objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain that objection. Plus, it seems like you're asking a hypothetical question.
Do you oppose, Mr. Lane, stack monitoring?
Objection. Are you asking him as a representative of the applicant, or asking him about his opinion personally?
I am asking about his opinion personally in his role as environmental compliance officer.
What is the objection, Mr. Jackson?
Relevance.
Can you address the relevance of the question, Mr. Jans?
Again, it goes to the assertion of good environmental stewardship and a good corporate citizen.
There's been no direct testimony about stack monitoring, and asking a witness about some litany of potential conditions is beyond the scope of his direct.
I would say, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Jans.
Yeah, I just want to say, I want to say that one question is not a litany, and two, the witness was offered as the and identified as the environmental compliance officer for the company. So I'm not asking for a commitment, I'm just asking for an opinion. And a lay opinion at that.
Mr. Jans, I sustain the objection. Again, I think there's a way of your getting at the veracity of the statement without bringing in new information that has not been testified to on direct or hypotheticals. So could you rephrase your question, please?
You know what, Mr. Hearing Officer, at this point, I think that we're maybe beating a dead horse. So
okay. Are there any other
I'll
questions?
withdraw the question.
Okay. Are there any other questions, Mr. Jans?
None, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Thank you, sir. Is there any redirect, Mr. Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so may this witness be excused?
With your permission.
You are excused, Mr. Lane. Thank you for your participation. You may call your next witness, Mr. Jackson.
Okay, at this time, Your Honor, if it meets your approval, I'd like to move to the presentation of the technical testimony. Therefore, in accordance with 20.1.4.400A2B in MAC, the applicant will call two technical witnesses consecutively and then make both witnesses available for cross-examination as a panel, if that meets your approval.
It does. And what are the names of the two people that you're going to offer?
The first technical witness will be Paul Wade, and the second will be James Siebert.
Okay, so who would you like to start with?
Applicant would like to call Paul Wade, Your Honor.
Please.
If you would raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Would you state and spell your full name, please?
Paul Wade, Wade.
Please proceed.
Good evening, Mr. Wade. Thank you for being here. How are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed as an air quality consultant with Montrose Environmental Air Quality Services.
Can you please provide to the hearing officer and to the public a summary of your background and experience as it relates to the application currently before the hearing officer?
Yes, I've been an air quality consultant in New Mexico for 27 years. I have been involved in over 100 air quality permits, both minor and major sources, and have done multiple hot mix asphalt plant permit applications.
Okay. And did you prepare written testimony in support of the application?
Yes, I did.
And I will just let you know that the parties have admitted that already, so that's already a matter of record. What I would like you to do is to please provide a summary of your written report for the hearing officer and for the public.
Mr. Jackson, before we take his summary, I think it would be appropriate for him to adopt his testimony under oath at this time.
Okay. Would you like me to do that? Or would you like the court reporter to do that?
I think you should ask the appropriate questions.
Okay. Is the content of your written testimony true to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
And you testify under oath that it's true to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Is that sufficient, Your Honor?
Let me ask a couple of questions before we continue. Mr. Wade. Mr. Wade, I have in the applicant's exhibit, which I've printed here, I have exhibit 2. I have your resume as exhibit 1, and I have your written testimony as exhibit 2. Do you see that?
Yes. Okay, yes, I don't have my resume with me, but I do have my written testimony.
That's fine. And how many pages is your written testimony?
It is 13 pages.
Okay, and Is it signed by you on the last page?
I believe it is.
Okay, and did you draft and sign this yourself?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and the final question is this an accurate reproduction of your draft?
Yes.
Okay, that's good for me now. That's what I'd like to hear in the future. Okay, so why don't you proceed with your summary?
Like I said, my name is Paul Wade. I'm a senior environment project engineer or air quality consultant with Montrose Air Quality Services. I have a bachelor's degree of science in mechanical engineering from the University of New Mexico and 27 years experience working on air quality issues. I have successfully prepared more than 100 air quality permit applications for both minor and major air quality sources. I prepared the permit application and performed the ambient air dispersion modeling. I calculated emission rates included in the application and used in the dispersion modeling following accepted emission factors and equations for this type of facility. Dispersion modeling was performed using the most recent New Mexico dispersion modeling guidelines and air quality approved modeling protocol. Associated Asphalt Materials seeks to relocate and consolidate multiple existing permitted facilities to a single site located at 86 Paseo del River near the Santa Fe Airport. One of these facilities is Associated Asphalt's HMA hot mix asphalt plant number 2. Presently, plant 2 is located approximately 0.25 miles west of the nearest residential areas. After the move, the plant 2 to the new site, the nearest residential area will be 0.38 miles to the southeast. The consolidation of these existing facilities will reduce the presently permitted applicable emissions by elimination of the diesel-fired engines and improvements in haul road controls. I'm sorry?
I think we had some noise from another participant.
Okay.
Apologies. Continue.
It's me. It's just that I don't know how to mute.
Okay, let me begin where I left off. These reductions in emissions will reduce the air quality impacts on nearby residences. The increased permit monitoring, record keeping, and reporting requirements will verify compliance with the newly permitted emission rates. In my professional opinion, the proposed site operations will comply with all applicable air quality regulations and ambient air quality standards. The consolidation of the existing permitted facilities will decrease criteria, hazardous, and state toxic pollutants, and will decrease ambient air impacts on residences located southeast of the proposed site. Both HMA plants will be powered by commercial line power instead of diesel-fired generators. This alone will result in significant reductions of nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, and sulfur dioxide, and reduce in both federal hazardous pollutants and state toxic pollutants. The new proposed site will be paved for all haul road traffic in and out of the site. This improvement on haul road control over the present existing facilities will reduce fugitive dust emissions from truck traffic. While it is not expected that approval of the permit application will change the present actual hot mix asphalt production rates of the 2 HMA plants, permit improvements will result in changes to the site that will improve ambient air quality impacts by reducing present permitted pollutant levels. These types of facilities are low stack release and ground release fugitive emission sources, which produce the highest pollutant ambient air quality concentrations at or near the facility boundary. As the plume of the pollutants travels downwind from the emission sources to any public receptors, dispersion of the plume produces lower concentrations from the site pollutants. In other words, the further away from the site to any public receptors, the lower the impacts from the site pollutants on ambient air. Since the production of asphalt will not increase with the consolidation of the two plants at the one site, there will be no increase in truck traffic. The final permit will include conditions that ensure the site emissions, ambient air quality impacts will not be exceeded by specifying which equipment is authorized to be installed and operated. The permit will include emission limits for each emission source, methods for determining compliance, and will place monitoring, record keeping, and reporting requirements to ensure and verify compliance with the requirements of the permit. If the site operates in compliance with the terms and conditions of the present draft permit, then it will not cause or contribute to any concentrations above state or federal ambient air quality standards. The facility will be regulated by multiple New Mexico administrative codes and federal EPA regulations. And I'll list them and talk about them a little bit. 20.2.1, which is the general provisions, which will apply. That's a New Mexico regulation, which will apply to the entire facility. 20.2.3 NMAC, ambient air quality standards, which will apply to the entire facility. Associated Asphalt showed compliance with ambient air quality standards with the dispersion modeling and analysis submitted with the permit application. 20.2.7 NMAC excess emissions for the entire facility. While excess emissions are not expected from this facility, Associated Asphalt will notify the Air Quality Bureau if there are excess emissions following the procedures spelled out in 20.2.7 NMAC. 20.2.11 NMAC, which is for asphalt processing equipment and will apply to the mineral filler silos and the drum dryers. Associated Asphalt will follow monitoring, record keeping, and reporting requirements found in draft permit conditions A402 to meet that requirement. 20.2.61 NMAC, smoke and visible emissions, which will apply to the 2 asphalt heaters and the crushing and screening plant engines. Associated Asphalt will follow the monitoring, record keeping, and reporting requirements found in draft permit condition A111. 20.2.72 NMAC is the construction permit regulation, and it'll apply for the whole facility. Associated Asphalt meets the requirements of the regulation with the submittal of this application. 20.2.73 NMAC, notice of intent and emissions inventory requirements will apply for the whole facility. Associated Asphalt will meet the requirements of this regulation with the submittal of this application. 20.2.75 NMAC, construction permit fees. Associated Asphalt met this requirement of this regulation with the submittal of the application and the paying of the application fees. 20.2.77 NMAC, new source performance standards, which addresses or includes the federal regulations for federal regulations in new source performance standards under EPA Part 60. And this will apply to the mineral filler silos, the drum dryer, and the affected crushing and screening sources. And Associated will show compliance by meeting the requirements of 40 CFR Part 60 subpart I, parts triple O, part quad I, and part quad I. 20.2.80 NMAC is a stack height, which applies to the 2 asphalt heater stacks, the 2 drum mix stacks, and the 2 crushing and screening engines. Associated showed compliance by taking no credit for reductions in emissions due to the length of the stacks, the source's stack height that exceeds good engineering practice, or due to any other dispersion techniques within the dispersion modeling analysis. 20.2.82 NMAC, maximum achievable control standards for source categories of HAPs, which is applicable to the 2 crushing and screening engines. Associated asphalt will show compliance by meeting the requirements of 40 CFR 63 subpart quad Z. 40 CFR 50, and these are now federal regulations. 40 CFR 50, National Ambient Air Quality Standards. Associated asphalt show compliance with federal ambient air quality standards with the dispersion modeling analysis submitted with the permit application. 40 CFR 60 subpart A, which are general provisions for NSPS sources or new source performance standard sources. And associated asphalt will comply with the requirements under subpart A, which are general provisions. 40 CFR 60 subpart I which is applicable to the mineral filler silos and the drum dryers. Associated asphalt shows compliance with the ambient air quality standards with the dispersion modeling. Associated asphalt shows compliance by performing the required testing and monitoring requirements for under subpart I. 40 CFR subpart triple O for the 200 ton per hour aggregate crushing and screening plants affected sources, which are basically the crushers, screens, transfer points, and stacker drops to piles. Associated asphalt will show compliance with subpart triple O by performing required opacity standard, opacity testing after initial startup. 40 CFR subpart 60 subpart, or 40 CFR part 60 subpart quad I for the 200 ton per hour aggregate crushing screening plant engine. Associated asphalt will comply with all the requirements, the applicable requirements found in subpart quad I for the crushing and the aggregate crushing screening plant engine found in the draft permit conditions A304D. 40 CFR part 63 subpart A, which are the general provisions for national standards for HAPS sources, which will apply to the 2 crushing engines, both the aggregate crushing screening plant and the scalping screen. And 40 CFR part 63 subpart quad A or quad Z for the 2 crushing and screening engines. Associated asphalt will comply with all applicable requirements found in subpart quad Z for the 2 crushing and screening engines found in draft permit condition A304E. And that's the end of my testimony.
So, Mr. Jackson, after you have finished your direct testimony with this witness, since he's going to be part of a panel, are you going to present your next witness?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, so please proceed.
Okay. With your permission, Your Honor, I'd like to call Mr. James Siebert.
By all
And
means.
then I will present both Mr. Siebert and Mr. Wade as a panel at the conclusion of Mr. Siebert's testimony.
Perfect. And can you also have him adopt his technical testimony under oath?
I will. I'll do my best, Your Honor. I apologize for fumbling that.
No worries. Thank you.
Mr. Siebert, are you on? Can you hear me?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Would the court reporter like to swear Mr. Siebert in?
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Would you state and spell your full name, please?
My name is James Siebert. James, James, Siebert, Siebert.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Siebert. Can you please tell the hearing officer and the public how you are currently employed?
I am the president of my own planning firm. My background is that I have a degree, master's degree from UNM in architecture and planning. I have 38 years experience as a private planning consultant here in Santa Fe in northern New Mexico, and 8 years as a planner with the city of Santa Fe, 3 years of those of which I was the planning director for the city of Santa Fe.
Okay. And did you prepare a written report in support of the application under consideration by the hearing officer?
I did.
And I will tell you that your written report was already admitted to the record and is attached to the applicant's notice of intent to submit technical testimony as Exhibit 5. Do you have your report in front of you?
I do.
Your Honor, with your permission, I'm going to share my screen to maybe move this along. Would that help?
Fine.
Oh, my screen sharing has been disabled. That's okay. I can move forward with that. Is the title of your report the quote assessment report for relocation of associated asphalt batch plant, close quote?
Correct.
And is your report 4 pages?
Actually, it's 3. I'm not including the cover.
Okay. Not including the cover as your, okay. Bear with me. I'm skipping back and forth between screens here. And did you prepare that report?
I did.
And does Exhibit 5 appear to be a true and authentic copy of your report?
Did you hear that? I didn't hear that. Can you repeat that?
Sure. It'd be easy if I could share the screen. Does Exhibit 5 to the notice of intent appear to be a true and authentic copy of your report?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And do you declare under penalty of perjury that the statements made in your report are true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Your Honor, is that sufficient to admit the report?
It sure is.
Okay. Mr. Siebert, can you please provide the hearing officer and the public a summary of your written report?
Well, let me begin. After all, I'm a planner and I'm more graphically oriented, so I will begin with some of the land use and planning issues associated with this plan.
Could you say that again, please?
Mr. Siebert, your sound is a little bit muffled.
All right.
Could you maybe adjust your microphone?
Yeah, we'll increase that.
Let's give it a test.
Begin with a screen here. Do we have to ask to share? We have to ask to share.
Ms. Jones, are you able to allow Mr. Siebert to share his screen?
It is set so anyone should be able to share a screen.
So the host has disabled the screen sharing on our side.
It shows that you're able to on my side.
I'm receiving the same message when I tried to share my screen as well.
What comes up on the screen is host disabled participant screen sharing.
It's set for one participant can share at a time. I'm sorry, I don't know why you guys are getting that message. Let me see if I can turn it off and turn it on.
There should be something that says able.
Mr. Siebert, while she's doing that, your voice is still coming across as muffled to me.
Yes, me too.
If you could please.
Hey, shut your fucking 300-pound ass nigga. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, you should be able to share your screen. I'm looking right at it. It says all participants can share now.
Yeah.
So it works for me. So Jen, there you go.
You can still do it? Okay, good.
How is the voice? Is that better now?
It's still a little muffled. Can you look to the microphone to see if there's anything covering the microphone? And the screen share is now gone away.
It's gone away?
Well, not. I don't think it's an issue with the access to screen share. I think somebody clicked a button where it went away. I apologize.
Okay.
Okay, is the screen share there?
Not for me.
Anyone, no one can see this?
No.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm not sure what he's trying to share, but we are asking him for a summary, I think. And I'm not sure why he needs to share a screen to give us a summary of his testimony.
Sure. Without the screen share, Mr. Siebert, are you able to give us a verbal summary of your report?
Well, I can, but it wouldn't be as effective as having the exhibits to go along with it.
We should be able to see it. Good.
How about now? Can you see it now?
We can.
It says we're sharing.
We are able
We
to
can
see your
see it.
screen. We're still not able to hear you very well, but we can see the screen.
They can see the screen, and I don't think that this is the best we're gonna get for the audio.
Yeah, I'll get a little closer here and see if that improves it.
That helps.
So you're still not getting the shared screen then?
We are. We can see your screen and we can hear you a little bit better.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Let's go to- Yeah. So this is located within the county jurisdiction under what's now called the Sustainable Land Development Code. And this is a description about permitted uses, it's permitted uses, not permitted uses, and conditional uses. And down at the kind of 1, 2, 3, 4 from the bottom is where it allows asphalt concrete batch plants. And what you'll notice is that the X's mean that they're not permitted. P's mean that it's permitted, and the C is that it's a conditional use. And in this case, there is, to the left is called industrial general, and that's a permitted use. It means it's reviewed administratively. And then if you move over to industrial light, it's a C for conditional use, meaning that it does require a hearing before the hearing officer and the planning commission. The plan development does not really apply in this particular case, where it is a permitted use, but it's not subject to this particular property. So the next slide is actually the zoning, and this is city zoning for the property, and just to kind of indicate where the existing plant is. There's actually a plant here on the where the pointer is, yeah, here, and then on the left-hand side is another plant that's what is it? Lafarge, yeah, currently Lafarge.
Excuse me, can we have no interruption there, or I can't take both of you talking at the same time.
Jim, you need to provide your own testimony. You can't have the person sitting next to you commenting. Okay?
So the site itself is outlined in red, and is where the two plants are proposed, the one being relocated and the one that's existing. But once again, just to demonstrate that the area where the plant exists today and the nature of that particular area was industrial, and it's zoned what's called I2, heavy industrial use. To the right is the zoning map from the Sustainable Land Development Code. The I is industrial general, and once again, that's where the asphalt batch plants and concrete batch plants are allowed by right. And what you'll notice is there's really a very limited area where you can locate and does such batch plants, be it asphalt or concrete. Go to the next one. And what this is, it's an aerial photograph, and this first one's around 1992. And what it demonstrates is that this area has been used for years for sand and gravel operations. And a lot of that sand and gravel actually went towards the making of either asphalt or concrete on the other side of what's now 599 or the Santa Fe River. The next one, and you'll notice that at that point, there really is to the right here where the arrow is, is where the Riverside Manufactured Home Community would be located in the future. And this is a 1996 aerial showing once again that the kind of development. There are now plants there that are processing the sand and gravel material, and you'll notice that the Riverside Manufactured Home community is now pretty much up and established at this point. So that there was a great deal of interest in statements regarding what's the distance from the proposed plant to some of the residential uses. Well, first of all, let's talk about what the distance is now, and that the current distance to the closest residential is 1,256 feet, and it's from the current plant to the Riverside Mobile Home Manufactured Home Community. With the new plant, the closest distance to the Riverside Manufactured Home would be 2,144 feet. The Vista Primera development, which is the next closest residential development, is 3,621 feet from the plant. And then the closest point in Tierra Contenta is 4,491 feet. So the other thing that's taking place, and it's something that my company was involved in, is that currently the yellow is the area where it's unpaved. The asphalt stops, and the trucks use that coming and going from the plant, use that as their principal access over to NM 599 frontage road. And what we have actually gotten permitted from Santa Fe County, let me switch to the next slide. In the red is what will be the future access to the plant. And this would be paved, and it comes off 599. The idea is it would encourage trucks to use 599, the frontage road, to the roundabout, and then proceeding either north or south on New Mexico 599. So that's the end of my presentation.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to make both Mr. Siebert and Mr. Wade available as a panel for cross-examination.
Yes, and I think we have a member of the public who will also want to ask questions after the parties are done. So I just want to throw that out there now. So please proceed with cross-examination. Mr. Vigil, are you there?
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. Community?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. I'd like to start with Mr. Wade. Good evening, Mr. Wade.
Good evening.
Again, my name is Eric Jantz. I'm with the New Mexico Environmental Law Center, and I'm here asking questions on behalf of the community. So I want to talk a little bit about the AAM's application, permit application. Did I understand you right that you were the one who was responsible for drafting that application?
Yes.
So you made all the assumptions for data inputs in that?
I don't know what you mean by assumptions. The information I used came from Associated Asphalt on how they wanted to operate the plant.
Okay. So with all the inputs for example, dispersion modeling, you picked those out, is that correct? You collected those and decided upon those?
Well, first the emissions were calculated, and those were inputted into the dispersion modeling analysis. The specific areas, fugitive source emissions, was input into the model based on guidance in the New Mexico modeling guidelines.
Okay.
Now for the stack sources, the point sources, those were based on the information provided about the actual parameters of each stack that would be modeled.
And who provided those parameters, Mr. Wade?
Associated Asphalt.
Okay. And so you also decided to use AP42 emissions factors, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. These are existing operations, is that right?
Yes, they are.
Okay. So you chose not to use data from continuous emissions monitoring then, which could have been had with an existing operation?
Compound.
You chose not to use continuous emissions monitoring as an input. Is that correct?
I guess that is correct.
Okay. Did the Bureau ask you for continuous emissions monitoring data?
No, they did not.
Okay. You chose not to use data from stack testing, is that correct?
I chose to use AP42 for, and we're talking about the emissions from the engine stack and the asphalt heaters. I chose to use emission factors that EPA has accepted as conservative and therefore give you the maximum emissions from each one of those sources.
So is the answer to my question about using stack data from stack testing no?
Answer is no.
Yeah, and did the Bureau ask you for that information?
Ask me about stack testing information?
Yes.
No.
Okay. And you also didn't use stack test data from similar facilities, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did the Bureau ask you for that information?
They did not.
Okay. And you also didn't use emissions performance guarantees from the or data from equipment manufacturers?
From the equipment manufacturers, I use the maximum capacity of the units.
Maximum capacity, is that an emissions?
No, that's their rated capacity for either throughput or gas usage or what else? That's pretty much it. Gas usage, throughput, that kind of information.
So it's not a performance guarantee for emissions?
They are not.
Okay. And did the Bureau ask you for that information?
They did not.
Okay. So let's acknowledging that you used the AP 42 emissions factors. I'm looking at your direct testimony exhibit 3, modeling report, section 16B, page 12 of 13.
Oh, this is the application?
Yes, it's exhibit 3.
Okay.
AAM exhibit 3. You see what I'm talking about?
I don't have that in front of me, but you could walk me through it.
Well, let's, maybe I'll take a look at it. So this is the section having to do with modeling results.
Yes.
And so I just want to get to the PM 2.5 modeling results. According to the modeling you did, there were PM 2.5 24-hour average concentrations exceeding the NACs for 7 receptors. Do you recall that?
There were exceedances where associated asphalt did not contribute significantly to the exceedance.
So let me put up the, let me see if I can share my screen then. Can you see that, Mr. Wade?
Yes.
Okay, so the question was, there were 7 exceedances or 7 receptors where exceedances were found at the for PM 2.5 24-hour average concentration. Is that correct? Right here?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me how far away the furthest receptor exceedance was?
I think most of
Shut
those.
the fuck up, nigga. Fuck you, bitch.
What? Okay. The exceedances involved a combination of associated asphalt sources and neighboring sources and the background. Some of those sources that there were, some of those receptors where there were exceedances were within the boundary of neighboring sources. If you remove the contribution from the neighboring sources within their own boundaries, there was no exceedances.
So my question was, which was the furthest exceedance of the 7 that you identified here?
Let's see.
Do you need me to minimize this or move you?
No, I'm looking at it as the farthest one on that list is probably the Eaker brothers.
And do you have a sense of how far away that is?
That's to the northwest of that site. Where the equipment is probably
Angel. Angel.
It's probably 0.15 miles away.
Excuse me.
0.15 miles away?
I'm sorry, excuse me. Pam, can you mute everyone that shouldn't be?
Bro, that dirty ass bitch fucking Pam, you fucking fat ass fucking bitch, fucking fat ass fucking. I shut your bitch ass up.
Pam, wait, maybe we can excuse iPhone 8 from this hearing after that statement.
I shut the fuck up, you fucking dumbass bitch. You fucking fat ass fucking bitch. You're bald headed ass nigga. Fuck you, your dirty ass fucking glasses nigga. Your fucking 200-pound ass nigga. Fuck your obese ass nigga. Fucking diabetes ass nigga.
Pam, do you want to take a recess?
Your Honor, this is Mr. Jackson. Can we take a 5-minute recess to regroup?
I think so too. Pam, can you unmute yourself?
I don't mean to interrupt your questioning, Mr. Chance.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Chance.
Yes, no, I'm unmuted and.
We need a recess. And then can you just mute everyone who shouldn't be muted?
Yes.
And then I think we need to get rid of Mr. iPhone 8.
I did. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take a break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
For PM10?
PM10 24-hour, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And how far away is the furthest one of those exceedances? Do you recall?
I don't recall. I know for Vulcan materials, that's about a half a mile away.
Okay. All right, thank you. So let's talk about going back to your testimony. If you look at page 2, and this is not the dispersion report. This is in the main testimony. Page 2 and then page 5, conclusion 2. You claim that the proposed consolidation will reduce the overall air emissions and improve the ambient air quality in the residential neighborhoods to the south and southeast. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I just want to get a sense of how much the overall emissions will be reduced. Do you expect the overall emissions will be reduced by what, 75%?
I don't have a number to give you.
Oh, okay. So it's just some.
Well, it's just the reduction by removing the engines and the reduction by paving the haul roads.
Okay. I want to ask you a question about whether I'm reading something right. It looks like you may have calculated the PM 2.0. I want to go back for a minute to the conclusion about ambient air quality. Do you have can you say whether ambient air quality is going to be improved by a certain percentage or a certain factor?
No, I can't tell you exactly how it will improve, but as I explained in my testimony, these emissions are the highest concentrations are right near the boundaries, and as they get further away, the concentrations from pollutants are less. And since plant 2 will be moving further away from the neighborhoods, the concentrations will be less on the neighbors.
So, okay, so let me talk about where I was going then, and that is the PM 2.5 emissions for both the hot mix asphalt plants. It looks like you calculated those emissions differently. Is that right, or am I reading your testimony incorrectly? And what I'm looking at, I'm sorry, Mr. Wade, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Please go ahead.
I'm sorry, I don't know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, let's look at page 9 of your testimony, which is the HMA plant number 2 emissions calculations. And subsection 4.
Okay.
You say that you calculated the emissions using tables 11.1-1-2, 5, 6, and 14 emissions equations. But then in for plant 5 HMA, page 11, paragraph 4, the drum hot mix asphalt plant was used. You used tables 11.1, 7, 8, and 14. So I'm just curious about why. I mean, these are both hot mix asphalt plants, are they not?
One plant 2 is considered a batch mix. Hot plant.
Okay.
Asphalt plant. And plant 5 is considered a drum mix asphalt plant. And AP42 emission factors are different for each one based on their stack testing.
Okay, great, thank you. And then is it true that a lot of the conditions regarding particulate emissions require visible emissions testing? So for example, EPA method 9 or method 22?
Correct, to show compliance with emission rates, yes.
So how does that work at night? We heard Ms. Fishman testify that there was going to be quite a bit of night work. So how does that work at night?
The control technology that is used during the day will be inspected prior to night operations to make sure it is operating in the same manner as it is during the day. So the assumption being that if it's operating the same during the day as it is at night, then the opacity standards will be met.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have for Mr. Wade.
Okay, so there was a member of the public that wanted to cross-examine this panel. And would you identify yourself, please?
Mr. Hearing Officer, it's Catherine Shera.
Would you unmute her?
She is unmuted.
Okay.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can I have you to spell your name, please?
Yes, it's Catherine with a K, Atherine. Shera, S as in Sam, Hera.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Shera, do you understand the limitations of cross-examination?
No, could you please enlighten me?
Sure, I'd be happy to. You can ask anything that was testified to during the case where they, I don't want to say case in chief because you may not know what that means, so I'm trying to think of another way to play it. When they first testified and they gave a summary of their testimony, that was the case in chief. Then they were cross-examined by the community attorney, Mr. Jans. Now it's your turn if you want to ask questions about what they testified to during their case in chief. You're not able to bring up new subjects, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, I will try to keep my comments within those boundaries. Thank you.
Well, Ms. Shera, they're not comments. You're not making comments. You're asking questions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
May I proceed?
Please proceed. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Shera, and I am a resident of Santa Fe. I am not an expert on air pollution, but do have a question for both witnesses, Mr. Wade and Mr. Seeger. Mr. Wade, I guess first, if that's according to procedure, you stated in your testimony that the consolidation of the two sites will result in a single location that is farther from the nearest residential area than currently. Mr. Wade, you also stated that there is a correlation between distance and air pollution levels, with greater distance associated with lower pollutant levels. Could you please describe the location of the proposed consolidated site and the nearest residential area and/or areas with respect to prevailing winds? Do prevailing winds change over the course of the day? That is to say, is the nearest residential area and/or areas more or less downwind from the proposed consolidated site? I'm wondering if wind might complicate the simple distance pollutant level correlation in this setting. Prevailing winds did not seem to be depicted on the diagram.
Ms. Shera, yes. Please excuse me, and I'm sorry to interrupt you. When you ask a question during a hearing like this, it's one question at a time. So please don't ask a compound question. And also, you're not able to testify. So in your asking these questions, you're also testifying as well. Please just ask simple questions.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Wade, could you please describe the location of the proposed consolidated site and the nearest residential area and/or areas with respect to prevailing winds?
The consolidated site is at 86 Paseo del River, which is west and north of the bypass road and one of the existing plants, and once it's moved over to the new site, the closest residence is about 0.38 miles away. Now the location of Plant 2 presently is on the south end and east side of the bypass road, and it is located about 0.25 miles from the nearest neighbor, our nearest residence. The prevailing winds in this for this facility are moored from the south or from the west. And it depends a lot on the daytime and, you know, any weather conditions that, or weather storms that could happen. Did that answer your question?
No, could you please interpret that for me? Will the nearest residential area and or areas be more or less downwind with respect to the proposed consolidated area?
And depending on the direction the wind is blowing, I can give you the distances from the facilities to the closest neighborhoods, our closest residences. And I gave you those. For the existing site, the closest residents are 0.25 miles away. And for the new location, it'll be 0.38 miles.
Sarah, do you have another question?
No, thank you.
Okay. Are there any other, is there any redirect?
Excuse me, Mr. Hearing Officer, there is one other person that would like to ask questions of this panel.
I thought there was only one. Thank you.
No, I'm sorry. And this is, I'm going to unmute Jennifer Garan. Jennifer?
And Mr. Hearing Officer, I'm apologize for interrupting, Ms. Garan. I just want to make clear that we intend to cross-examine Mr. Siebert as well, although Ms. Locke is going to conduct that cross-examination. I just don't want that to be overlooked.
And I did overlook it because I thought you were done with your cross-examination. I didn't hear anything about Ms. Locke cross-examining Mr. Siebert. So why don't we do that first before we pick up with the Ms. Garen's cross-examination. So Ms. Locke,
Sure.
Would you like to proceed? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Thank you, Eric. I think it was a little unclear the order in which cross-examination was to happen. So Mr. Siebert, I think I still see you down there somewhere. My name's Maslin Locke. I work with Mr. Jantz as a staff attorney at the Environmental Law Center representing the community. I just have a few questions about your testimony. Let's see here. So you note in your testimony that very few sites are designated in the Sustainable Development Code for industrial use, correct?
Correct.
How are you defining very few?
Well, principally, the fact that they're located, the general area of industrial zoning is located pretty much surrounding the plant and in front of the airport noise zone. That's where both light industrial and industrial general is located on the SLDC zoning maps.
Right. That doesn't actually answer my question. When you are saying there are very few places this particular plant could go, what constitutes very few?
Well, it's basically the area that I just described. And then there is one other very small location down in Edgewood that's also zoned for, as I recall, it's for light industrial, for industrial light.
So Mr. Siebert, I guess I'm not clear. On your map that you showed everyone, there were different lines for different, were they plots of different industrially zoned land areas?
Well, the lines that you saw were actually property lines. They were, and property lines are generally described on the SLDC zoning map.
So does each one of those eyes that you drew on your map constitute a different plot of land that is zoned industrial?
It does, yes.
It does. So you drew 12 eyes on that exhibit, is that correct?
Correct.
So there are then 12 industrially zoned options, ignoring whether or not in this stage of the game, ignoring if there are things there, there's 12 spots of industrially zoned land there, correct?
Objective form.
Mr. Jackson, I didn't hear the objection.
I was going to object to the form of the questions. Ms. Vogt was suggesting that there were options available to locate the plant. Those are properties owned by other people, and he didn't testify that those were options. He was just identifying areas that were industrial in nature, I believe. So I was objecting to the form of the question stating those were options.
And Ms. Locke?
I didn't mean to imply that those were options where it can go, just that those are areas zoned industrial in the broader area.
Okay, so I'm going to sustain the objection. Why don't you just re-ask the question in another way?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer. Mr. Siebert, there are 12 plots of land in this area zoned industrial. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in your testimony, you identified at least one other area north of the airport that could potentially work. Is that correct?
It's zone, that is correct. It is zone industrial general.
Okay. You go on to mention that this is not a viable option. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that is because the road is unsuitable for the transportation requirements of asphalt. Is that correct? I'm sorry, I didn't hear
That's
your
correct.
answer. Okay, thank you. But then you also go on to point out that Associated Asphalt is engineering and building a new roadway at this proposed location. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. One other question. So you're familiar with the South Santa Fe neighborhoods, right? Meaning, if it would help, I could rephrase that.
Yes.
Okay. You are familiar with the neighborhood areas that are closest to this asphalt plant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Earlier, you heard Mr. Martinez speak about a neighborhood called Navaade, I believe. I might be mispronouncing that.
Yes, another day.
Is that neighborhood within the 1,000 to 3,000 foot radius you've sort of identified of impacted neighborhoods in this area?
No, it's well beyond it.
How far well beyond it?
I didn't do a assessment of that location. It's on the other side of, it's on the east side of Cerrillos Road. So it's certainly well over a mile, probably 2 miles.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Siebert. I have nothing further, Mr. Hearing Officer.
So now let's go back to Ms. Garan. Ms. Garan, would you turn your camera back on? Thank you. And did you hear what I mentioned before to the other person, Ms. Sarah Shera, that cross-examined? Okay, great. So please proceed with your cross-examination questions.
Okay, I'll do my best to make sure I adhere by that. Please tell me if I don't. I think it's a pretty simple question. So my question is for Mr. Wade. Mr. Wade, you stated at the beginning of your testimony, you were talking about your job description, and you stated that your job or part of your job is to study, to check and see if a proposed plant meets various state and federal guidelines or standards related to air quality. Is that right? Did I hear that right?
For each permit applicant, I do go through and find all the applicable regulations that would apply to the facility.
Okay, thank you. So I guess my question is, I was wondering if it is also part of your job to study or to know how the various guidelines and standards that you apply impact the health of people who have compromised respiratory or immune systems? Does public health come into your job in any way? Those knowledge of that?
My knowledge of the public health is to show compliance with ambient air quality standards.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other cross-examination, Ms. Jones?
Not from the public, no, sir.
Okay. And is there any redirect, Mr. Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So why don't you call your next witness?
At this point, we have no further witnesses, Your Honor.
So are you resting?
We are resting, Your Honor.
Okay. And of course, if there's rebuttal, there's rebuttal. So I take that to mean that. So NMED. Oh, Ms. Locke, yes.
Sorry, Mr. Hearing Officer, I just want to ask, we have some young students on the phone, and I know that it is a school night, so I don't know if it would be possible to interject public comment at this point, at least for those that may need to rest earlier than the rest of us.
Sure, sure. And I appreciate your bringing that up. It's 7:30 now. I don't know what time the parties think this is going to go to, but it seems to me that by 8:30 we're all going to be fading. It's just my opinion here. It seems to me that this will be continued tomorrow, and I would think a good time for the students to provide their comment would be at the beginning of tomorrow's hearing. Is that satisfactory to you?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer, I do think that's reasonable. The only other thing I'll note is that Communities Witness Dr. Chilton will not be able to present any testimony tomorrow. So just to remind everybody of that.
That's fine. And we talked about getting him in one way or another before the day is over. So no problem. We'll make sure that that happens. I guess.
Mr. Hearing Officer, this is Chris Vigil. The department or Bureau opposes breaking this up into 2 nights. I think we can get it done tonight. Maybe we should make a determination of how many students are wanting to speak. If it's not a great number, we move that we hear them now.
Pam, how many, Ms. Locke, do you know how many there are?
Sorry, I was trying to unmute. Sorry, and Ms. Jones, were you going to say something?
I have 9 names on the list that would like to speak. I don't know if they're students or not.
Mr. Vigil, 9, even if I caution them that at this point, I'm going to start restricting testimony to 3 minutes from the public, and that I'm not going to want it to be repetitive. I think all of the public comment so far has fallen into 1 or 2 categories, and those are very well grooved, deep grooves here. And I don't know that we need more, and it's my authority to restrict repetition. So even if I were to do that, 9 people will last at least half an hour, if not 45. How long do you think your case is going to be?
We are direct testimony. We have 2 witnesses on direct testimony. They will be right about 20 minutes each. We have rebuttal testimony that may be a little longer than that. 1 rebuttal witness will be probably shorter than that. So I would say, let's say we're at 40. We have maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours of testimony.
And then there's cross-examination.
There's cross-examination.
Exactly. And then Ms. Locke and Mr. Jantz, how long is your, besides Mr. Chilton, how long is your case going to be?
So we have 3 technical witnesses in addition to Dr. Chilton. Each one of them will probably take about 20 minutes as well, not counting cross or any rebuttal that would need to happen after that.
So, Mr. Vigil, I'm hearing that this is going to go at least 4 more hours without any hiccups, and it's 7:30 now. You're talking about approaching midnight, not even counting the public comment.
The Bureau is prepared to go the distance, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm not, Mr. Vigil. So this has been planned for more than one day. There is no reason to try to cram it all into one day, in my opinion. And so what I'd like to do, Mr. Vigil, is before you begin your case, if it's okay with you, and if it's okay with Mr. Jackson, let's have Mr. Chilton testify so we make sure we get him in. And then we can start tomorrow with the public comment at the beginning of our hearing, and then conclude tomorrow at some point. That's how I'd like to handle it. How do you feel about Mr. Chilton testifying, Mr. Vigil?
I think that's fine. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Okay, so Ms. Locke or Mr. Jans, who is going to do the direct of Mr. Chilton?
I'll be doing it. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay. Now, do you want to make, since you are putting on your case, even though it is abbreviated for the moment, would you like to make an opening statement at this time?
I'm happy to, if that's
fine. Why don't you go right ahead?
All right, thank you. So good evening, Mr. Hearing Officer. Good evening, everyone. My name is Maslin Locke. You've heard that before. I'm a staff attorney at the New Mexico Environmental Law Center, here tonight with Eric Jantz, my co-counsel, on behalf of the community. The New Mexico Environment Department currently defines environmental justice as the fair treatment and meaningful opportunity for involvement of all New Mexicans regarding the development and enforcement of environmental laws and regulations. While this definition fails to fully address the complexities of environmental racism, the community is here tonight because of NMED's permitting of industrial operations on the South Side and its disproportionate negative impact on Santa Fe's communities of color. NMED is failing Santa Fe's Southside community when it comes to environmental justice. The community living closest to this operation, and in fact, most of Santa Fe's industrial operations, is one of the most densely populated, primarily Hispanic communities in the city. Residents are primarily young, low-income families. Community understands that consolidating the sites may well move the operation a few thousand feet away from the surrounding neighborhoods. But this does not address the fact that residents in this area bear a burden of air pollution that does not plague the more affluent, wider areas of Santa Fe. You've heard repeatedly that this consolidation will reduce air emissions, which begs the question, what is NMED allowing Associated Asphalt to emit? This current process has exposed major flaws in the ways NMED models and controls for air pollution, raising questions about how the department is protecting human health for all. Tonight, the community will expose the flaws in the department's air emissions modeling, or I guess tomorrow night, we might be exposing the flaws in the department's air emissions modeling. And we'll alert you to the applicant's use and the department's approval of arbitrary data when determining compliance with the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. Community will show that the department's air dispersion modeling guidelines leave us with a process that cannot in any way be protective of human health and the environment. Community will show that the department's draft permit as it stands does little to protect community health. What NMED has proposed is a draft permit that allows for an emission source to operate at up to 97.2% of the 24-hour PM 2.5 National Ambient Air Quality Standards and 99.3% of the annual PM 2.5 NAC standards, which leaves little room for any operational error. This matters because PM 2.5 particles pose a great risk to health, according to the US EPA, and that is what Dr. Chilton will be explaining later on tonight. Tonight, community will show that this permit must be denied based on the fact that NMED and the applicant have not, and in fact cannot show that this operation will comply with the applicable air quality standards. Community will provide the data that the department should have requested from the applicant, data that shows that Associated Asphalt's operations will violate air quality standards if allowed to operate as proposed. And community hopes that NMED will finally begin to take their charge to protect human health and the environment seriously and realize that continuously permitting industrial operations in this area, ignoring reality and using arbitrary data has turned Santa Fe's Southside into a sacrifice zone. And with that, Mr. Hearing Officer, we will call Dr. Lance Chilton.
Would you raise your right hand, please, Mr. Chilton? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Do.
Would you please state and spell your full name?
Lance, Lance, Chilton, Chilton.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Ms. Locke, for allowing me to testify at this time. I would tell you at the start that I get to take off tomorrow morning to visit my daughter for the first time in 2 years. And that's why I can't testify tomorrow.
Thank you, Dr. Chilton, and I hope you have a wonderful trip. So just briefly, would you mind introducing yourself to everybody on the Zoom call tonight?
Sure. My name is Lance Chilton, and I think I've indicated my qualifications in my written testimony, but I'd like to note just a few of them now verbally. And then in response to your questions, Ms. Locke, I'll tell you the findings and opinions based on that research. I've been a pediatrician in New Mexico for 45 years until my retirement in 2015. I've cared for several generations of New Mexico children through the Indian Health Service, through a federally qualified health center in Albuquerque, and for many years at Loveless Medical Center and at the University of New Mexico. In addition, during that time, I spent weekends caring for children in the hospital at St. Vincent, it was then called just St. Vincent's Hospital, and at Holy Cross Hospital in Taos.
And Dr. Chilton, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but before you get too far into your written statement, I do need you to adopt it for the record. So just briefly, what is your current employment?
I am retired.
Okay.
I am an emeritus professor at the University of New Mexico Department of Pediatrics.
Thank you, Dr. Chilton. And you have been retained by the community for this matter, correct?
I am happy to volunteer to be testifying on behalf of the community.
Thank you, Dr. Chilton. And did you prepare a written narrative of your direct testimony for this proceeding?
I did.
And are you looking at it right now?
I'm looking at you at the moment. And the testimony is on another screen on my computer.
Okay, but so you can look at it.
You can look at it.
Wonderful. Let's see, now I have to find it. Okay, so is your written testimony entitled The Written Testimony of Dr. Lance Chilton?
Yes.
Okay. And is it labeled as Community Exhibit 14?
I have to look at it.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Excellent. And is it 12 pages long?
It is.
And did you draft and sign this document yourself?
I did.
And is Community Exhibit 14 a true and accurate representation of the direct written testimony you prepared for tonight?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Chilton. So you said you prepared a written narrative of your direct testimony. Are you able to provide that for us now?
Yes, I'd like to do that.
Please proceed.
All right. During the time I've been working in Albuquerque, I've spent a majority of my time caring for Native American children and Hispanic children, especially for Hispanic immigrant children.
Mr. Chilton?
Yes, sir.
I apologize for interrupting you. Ms. Locke, would you ask your witness if he hereby adopts the full written testimony under oath today?
Yes, sorry, Mr. Hearing Officer. Dr. Chilton, do you adopt your testimony under oath at this proceeding today?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed, and I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Certainly. In all of my years seeing patients, I cared for children with acute conditions like ear infection and colds, but also pneumonia and meningitis. I saw them for well child checkups during which I tried to address problems that would make them fail to be healthy or to succeed later in life. And I cared for them for chronic conditions that markedly affected their lives. Both in Albuquerque, Taos, and Santa Fe, the most common chronic disease I dealt with was asthma, as in most places and with most pediatricians. Almost 8% of American children have asthma, a condition where the passages in the lungs close up, making it impossible to breathe in oxygen and breathe out carbon dioxide. Some have it in a mild form, causing them to have difficulty breathing only, for example, when exercising hard. Others have a daily struggle for breath interrupted only by frightening crises, which landed them in the hospital at St. Vincent's or at Holy Cross Hospital or at Loveless Medical Center under my care. I was trained in asthma care as a medical student at Johns Hopkins Hospital and became increasingly familiar with it in both the outpatient clinics and in the hospital settings where I worked. Extremely severe cases were referred for co-management with a pediatric pulmonologist, but for the most part, it was I who dealt with their medications, typically albuterol and inhaled steroids, and with their despair over their condition. I have cared for hundreds, perhaps thousands of children with asthma in my lifetime. One of my colleagues, a pediatric cardiologist at UNM, died in a severe asthma exacerbation. Other lung conditions common in a general pediatrician's practice like mine are cystic fibrosis, respiratory syncytial virus bronchiolitis, chronic lung disease of prematurity, and pneumonia. For similar adult conditions, a specialist is often used. Children with chronic disorders are much more commonly seen by a pediatrician. As a pediatrician, I dealt only with prevention of later chronic obstructive airway disease, as that's a condition of middle age and beyond, typically from exposure to cigarette smoke and other pollutants. I've always felt that I was very privileged to have had a good education, that I have the obligation to use that education for the benefit of those who haven't had the same advantages I have had. I can't change the fact that I'm a middle-class white male, but I can look out for the well-being of those who are neither white, nor Anglo, as we call it here in New Mexico, or of the middle class, or male. And for that reason, I stand, or actually sit, before you as one who cares about the well-being of all New Mexicans. To that end, I've spent much time working with others to achieve racial justice, to assure excellent care for minority groups, especially Native American children, and to promote the importance of what the CDC calls the most important public health measure, immunization, for people, children, and adults of all classes, genders, and ethnicities. Now that it is the 21st century and we have a pandemic still swirling about us, I continue to be active in assuring that all New Mexicans continue to have access to vaccines, including those against COVID. I wish there were a vaccine against adverse social determinants of health, including what another witness has already called adverse childhood experiences. Clearly, there is not such a vaccine. But in a time when there is great inequality between the rich and the poor, the white and the non-white, the people of one end of Santa Fe and the other, I believe strongly that we need to mitigate, not to exacerbate those differences. As a child, I was subjected to one serious adverse childhood event. When I was 13, my parents divorced and my father moved several towns away. Although that was very painful and unpleasant, it was the only adverse childhood experience that my brothers and I suffered. Though financially less well off than we had been before, we nevertheless had food and lodging and two caring parents, neither of whom had mental illness, addiction problems, or had been incarcerated. We lived in a pleasant suburb away from noise and pollution. So I experienced one adverse childhood experience, or ACE, as people call them. That happened in the 1950s, long before the Sentinel 1998 study of pediatrician Vincent Felitti and others from San Diego, identifying the importance of ACEs in a landmark study that has been cited countless times and replicated many times since. Felitti and his colleagues showed in a sample of 15,000 insured Southern California residents that the number of self-reported adverse childhood experiences correlated strongly with diminution of life expectancy and with increases in many types of physical and psychosocial diseases, including heart disease, mental disorders, substance use disorders, and premature deaths of all types, including suicide. I would have been among the more than 50% of Felidi's subjects who had had one or more adverse childhood experiences, but I wasn't one of the 25% who had two or more of them. And so while I was more likely than those with no ACEs to have one or more of the resulting problems, I was less likely to have them than my classmates who had two or more of them. In fact, bad outcomes had what we in medicine call a dose-response relationship with adverse childhood experiences. What I mean by that is that Felidi clearly showed that the more ACEs one had, the more one could expect virtually all of these bad outcomes. I believe that this discussion is highly relevant to the current discussion of imposing an expanded asphalt plant on an already disadvantaged part of the community of Santa Fe. Children living in poverty and children from groups subjected to systemic racism are far more likely to experience adverse childhood experiences than children in more affluent neighborhoods and children from the racial and ethnic majority. Adding to their burdens is, in my opinion, unconscionable. Could any of us say that we would want a plant authorized to spew out dust, volatile organic compounds, and noise 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, put up in our own neighborhoods? If not, what right do we have to impose such a plant upon a less advantaged group living in another neighborhood? I've mentioned three types of pollution just now: particulate matter, volatile organic compounds, and noise. And I would now like to discuss each in turn and add evidence from studies done all over the world that indicate their dangers. I would point out that as a physician, it is my job to use data that other people have adduced from their own studies. And for that reason, I have spent a large amount of time looking through what is called PubMed, a compilation of all of the medical literature from around the world, and talking with experts on this. Well, first in the list comes particulate matter, and especially the very small matter called PM 2.5, which indicates particulate matter of a diameter of less than 2.5 microns. A micron, by the way, is a 1/1,000,000th of a meter. Human hairs are 50 to 75 microns in diameter. So this dust, if you call it that, is a very small size. So small that it is not filtered out by our noses and upper respiratory tracts. PM 2.5 reaches the deepest parts of our lungs where it accumulates. Some of its effects are immediate, as for example with the California fires of 2020 that markedly worsened asthma and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease as the fires were happening. But those same conditions, asthma and chronic lung disease, are also made worse at lower levels of pollution experienced over longer times. Studies of asphalt plants in North Carolina, Arizona, New York, Utah, and New Jersey, among other places, have shown the emission of large amounts of very small particulate matter. New Jersey is an interesting case, as New Jersey has a statute mandating the consideration of other burdens upon diverse populations of its citizens as a way of approximating environmental justice. That appears to me an important stance that our state should consider. But the 2020 United States Environmental Protection Agency, no bastion of progressive thought, issued a report on the EPA's standards for fine particulate matter, PM 2.5, and I'd like to read from its conclusions. Epidemiologic studies continue to provide strong support for health effect associations with both long-term, in other words, annual or multi-year, and short-term, that is mostly 24-hour, PM 2.5 exposures. These studies provide the strongest support for such associations for the part of the air quality distribution corresponding to the bulk of the underlying data, typically around the overall mean concentrations reported. The form of the current annual standard, that is, arithmetic mean averaged over 3 years, remains appropriate for targeting protection against the annual and daily PM 2.5 exposures around these means of the PM 2.5 air quality distribution. In addition, controlled human exposure studies provide evidence for health effects following single short-term PM 2.5 exposures near the peak concentrations measured in the ambient air.
Mr. Chilton?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me for interrupting you. We have your testimony in evidence, all 12 pages of it. And this is an opportunity for you to summarize the relevant information in these 12 pages as to the permit application that is before me. It is my job to only admit relevant evidence. And even though an objection has not been made so far to the relevancy, I am going to ask you, please, to instead of reading from something that you have prepared, I'm going to ask you to summarize your testimony and make it relevant to this permit, please. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I will try to do that, although my history in courtrooms is very brief and my ability at extemporaneous speech is somewhat limited.
Well, Mr. Chilton, you're not in a courtroom, so don't worry. This is a much looser environment than a courtroom. And what you're saying is fascinating, but again, it's my job as a gatekeeper of relevant evidence to confine these summaries to what is relevant to today's hearing, which is this permit application and why it should either be approved or denied.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
If I may, though, I'd like to read one more sentence from the EPA report. Such studies report associations between estimated PM 2.5 exposures and non-accidental cardiovascular or respiratory mortality, cardiovascular or respiratory hospitalizations or emergency room visits, and mortality morbidity outcomes. And I'll stop there. But the conclusion of the EPA in their 2020 report, which has not resulted in changed standards, suggests that it will eventually change the standards with regard to exposure to PM 2.5. So then let me go on without looking at my notes, which may be dangerous, but to talk about volatile organic compounds. Volatile organic compounds are emitted by asphalt plants, as has been shown in numerous studies in this country and other countries. Asphalt producers, those who work in asphalt plants, those who use asphalt in paving and in roofing have a higher incidence of lung cancer and other cancers than control subjects who are not exposed in that way. I've been provided a list of 29 organic compounds that are among the large number that are emitted, and at least 2 of those, benzene and naphthalene, are known carcinogens. The third pollutant is not a traditional pollutant, but it's an important one, and that is noise. Noise, particularly that interferes with sleep at night, has been—
Objection, Your Honor. Noise issues are not before the hearing officer. It's irrelevant.
Mr. Hearing Officer, with all due respect to Mr. Jackson, you've already ruled on the relevancy of Dr. Chilton, testimony in the pretrial motions. So to the extent that that has already been admitted, Dr. Chilton ought to be allowed to summarize what he said.
Thank you, Mr. Jansen. Mr. Jackson, I do agree with Mr. Jackson that while the public health and air quality issues are tied together in this hearing, I do not believe that noise is at issue here. So this does not violate the ruling I made at the beginning of this hearing. So I'm going to ask Ms. Locke to guide a little bit Mr. Chilton, maybe by asking him some questions that might flesh out his public health conclusions and his expert opinion more in relation to this permit. So if we could do that, I am going to sustain the objection though that Mr. Jackson made. So thank you, Mr. Jans.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. So Dr. Chilton, in your written direct testimony, you talk a lot about particulate matter. You were talking to all of us about a lot of things about particulate matter. Why is it that particulate matter matters in this particular case?
Well, particularly small particulate matter, that which is called PM 2.5, deposits itself much lower in the respiratory tract than larger particulate matter. It does that because it's so small it gets in where bigger particles fail to go. People who have chronic lung disease in particular, such as those with asthma and those with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, are subject to marked worsening of their conditions whenever they are exposed to large amounts of small particulate matter, and especially if that exposure occurs over long periods of time.
Thank you, Dr. Chilton. And you as a pediatrician, you have experience with asthma, as you said, because asthma particularly affects children. Is that right?
Well, asthma affects people of all ages, but it is by far the most common chronic disease of childhood. And so it affects children more perhaps than it does people of any other age.
Thank you, Dr. Chilton. And are you familiar with the south side of Santa Fe, the area in which this plant is going to be consolidated in?
I am. I've walked the trails along the river and have toured the trailer parks, mobile manufactured home locations very close to the current AAM plant.
And to your knowledge, are there any health clinics or schools nearby where children might be?
Yes, there are two in particular, three now, I guess. One is La Familia, which is a federally qualified health center, which has its main office near downtown, but a large clinic on South Meadow Road near the area we're talking about.
And in preparing for tonight and in preparing your written direct, we can see that you reviewed different census data sets, right? Why was that important in this particular case?
I think it's particularly important to know what issues affect children and adults in the area that we're talking about. I wanted to look at the south side of Santa Fe and the makeup of the population, both in terms of the percent of children, percent of older people, and if I'd been able to obtain it, an estimate of the burden of asthma and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease that there is in the area.
And Dr. Chilton, your ultimate conclusion is that having this asphalt plant is a risk not worth taking. Can you kind of explain briefly, succinctly, why that is?
Well, I think of the place where I live in Albuquerque and wonder if, well, I don't wonder, I know that if a plant were proposed for the end of my street near the river here, that I would strongly oppose it. Perhaps I'd move away. I wouldn't want to expose my children to it. And as I get older and maybe have reduced lung function, I would not want to take the chance that I would have an increased risk of cancer or a worsening of my pulmonary disease.
And you bring up one point, you would move away if you could, right, from this asphalt plant. When you were looking at the demographic information, you looked at poverty rates in this area, is that right?
Yes, I did.
And what did you find when you looked at that?
I found that they were very much higher than in the parts of Santa Fe that have been established for a longer period of time.
All right. Dr. Chilton, do you have any other summarizing statements you want to make before we move on to any cross-examination?
Would I be allowed to make a two-sentence discussion of the importance of noise?
I would object.
I was just going to say, Dr. Chilton, we've already covered that issue and you're not going to be able to speak to noise.
All right.
Thank you.
I think it's important that we do for the people of South Santa Fe what we would want for our own neighborhoods.
Thank you, Dr. Chilton.
Mr. Hearing Officer, you're on mute.
If you're finished with your direct examination, I'm going to open this up to cross-examination. And first I'll ask Mr. Vigil if he has anything.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer, I have a couple questions. Let me turn my screen on. Thank you. Good evening, doctor.
Good evening.
Dr. Chilton, are you familiar with the national ambient air quality standards set by the EPA under the Clean Air Act?
I know something of them, and I have read the report that Mr. Wade produced.
Mr. Vigil, you're frozen.
This is Laura Katz. I can ask the
Wonderful.
The follow-up on that one.
Please do.
Dr. Chilton, so then you must be aware then that the NACs are developed by EPA based on extensive data and scientific studies, and are set at levels that are designed to protect the health of the most vulnerable populations, including children with asthma and elderly, et cetera.
Yes, I am aware of that. And I'm also aware that the last standards for PM 2.5 were issued in 2012 without any updating since that time.
Thank you, Dr. Chilton.
Does that conclude
I have.
your cross-examination? Okay. Mr. Jackson.
I have a few questions, Your Honor. Good evening, Dr. Chilton. My name is Travis Jackson, and I'm the attorney for Associated Asphalt. I have a couple of questions, and bear with me. Are you still licensed to practice medicine?
No, I retired in 2015 and kept my license only 2 years more.
So no, you're not licensed?
Correct.
Are you a pulmonologist?
I'm a pediatrician.
My question was, are you a pulmonologist?
No.
Are you board certified in pulmonology?
No.
Do you consider yourself to be an expert in pulmonology?
I consider myself an expert in the care of children with lung disorders. As I indicated earlier, most children with lung disorders are cared for by general pediatricians and only referred to pulmonologists when their condition is particularly severe.
I heard that testimony. My question was, do you consider yourself to be an expert in pulmonology?
If by that you mean the evaluation and treatment of children with lung disorders, yes.
Have you ever been qualified in any litigation or administrative proceeding as an expert in pulmonology?
No.
In preparation for your testimony, did you personally evaluate the health of any resident on Santa Fe South Side?
Not in preparation for the testimony, but in my 12 years of working at St. Vincent Hospital, yes.
Sure. My question was, in preparation of the opinions you submitted in this hearing, did you evaluate the health of any resident on Santa Fe South Side?
No.
Again, my specific question is, in preparation for your testimony today, did you personally review the medical records of any resident on Santa Fe South Side?
No.
So are your opinions based on any evaluations or medical reviews done by you, or is it based on research you've done?
I have not done research on pulmonary disorders. I rely on the opinions and research of those who have.
Okay. Have you reviewed the proposed permit?
Yes.
What do you understand to be the purpose of the permit?
My understanding of the purpose for the permit is to consolidate the activities of AAM at a location on the northwest side of 599, north of Airport Road.
And do you understand that the operations already exist there?
I do, and I have toured the current one on Oliver Road.
Okay, so you understand that Associated Asphalt currently operates 2 separate locations on either side of New Mexico 599, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, do you understand that if the permit is denied, Associated Asphalt will continue to operate for those 2 separate locations?
I understand that.
Have you evaluated the impact on public health if the permit is denied?
No, I have not.
In your opinion, is it better for the public health if Associated Asphalt continues to operate at 2 separate sites?
Well, since you denied me the opportunity to speak about noise, I cannot answer that question adequately for you.
So do you have an opinion as to whether it's better or worse for Associated Asphalt to continue to operate at 2 separate sites?
I have the opinion that the proposed site with 24-hour activity permitted would be a danger to the community.
That's not, you haven't answered my question. Objection, non-responsive, hearing officer. In your opinion, is it better if
Hold on, Mr. Jackson. You made an objection.
Sure.
So I need to make a ruling, or else there's no point.
I apologize.
That's fine. Miss Locke, would you like to address the objection?
I would just ask that Mr. Jackson repeat the question and tell Dr. Chilton to answer the question asked. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll do that, Miss Locke. But I'm gonna sustain that objection. I'm gonna tell the court reporter that she needs to strike that last answer from the record, and we'll continue. So, Mr. Jackson, would you ask your question again?
Sure. Dr. Chilton, you understand that if the permit is granted, that Associated Asphalt's operations will be consolidated at a single site, correct?
I do.
You understand that if the permit is not granted, that Associated Asphalt will continue to operate at separate sites, correct?
Yes.
Objection, there's no evidence that that's going to occur. It calls for speculation.
Mr. Jackson?
The Associated Asphalt witnesses already testified that if the permit is not approved, they will continue to operate at separate locations. It's already in evidence.
Mr. Jans, I remember the testimony of their witnesses that they are already permitted to operate in 2 locations, and this would be a consolidation under 1 permit. So I'm going to I'm going to overrule your objection and please, Mr. Jackson, would you proceed?
Yes, I'll try to ask this question for the third time. Please answer my question, Dr. Chilton. You understand that if the permit is granted, Associated Asphalt will operate at a single location. You understand that?
Yes.
And do you understand that if the permit is denied, Associated Asphalt will operate at 2 separate locations? Do you understand that?
That was the statement.
Which is better?
Objection. That's totally vague. Better from what perspective?
I've asked this question 3 times. I don't think it's unclear, but I'll ask it again.
Okay, Mr.
Which is
Jackson,
better
hold
for-
on. Mr. Jackson, hold on. I still have to make a ruling whenever there's an objection. I'm going to sustain that objection. I agree. That is a vague question, which is better. So would you please be more specific in your question, especially because you're cross-examining this witness and you need to stay within what he's already testified to. So please proceed.
I apologize, Your Honor. Which is better for the public health?
1 site or 2?
Yes.
Overall, I would say that the current situation is better than what I anticipate I would see if the permit were granted.
And what is that based on?
It is based on my assessment of the cumulative damage of the polluted elements, with which I have to include noise.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. I think we've heard cross-examination from the environment and Ms. Katz. And is there any public members that would want to cross-examine Dr. Chilton?
No, sir.
And I'm just asking the question out loud to everyone who's still with us at 8:15 p.m. Okay, so not hearing any affirmative answers and hearing Ms. Jones say no. Is this witness excused, Ms. Locke?
I think I have a few questions for redirect, Mr. Chakalian.
By all means, please.
Thank you.
Proceed. Please proceed.
Dr. Chilton, how long were you a licensed pediatrician?
47 years.
Would you have forgotten what it was like to be a licensed pediatrician in the last 2 years?
I think not.
Can you give sort of a best estimate of how many children with asthma you treated over that period of time?
My guess would be that it was in the high hundreds, maybe 1,000 or more.
And do you feel like treating maybe 1,000 or more children with asthma qualifies you to speak to what air pollution might do in terms of impacts to folks that have asthma?
I do.
And Mr. Jackson asked you a lot of questions about the differences between this proposed consolidated plant and the 2 current plants that exist. Does this current operation emit the same emissions as the 2 plants that exist?
If we're talking,
Objection, that's beyond the scope of his direct with a rebuttal.
Ms. Locke, I didn't quite hear the question clearly. Would you ask it again just so I can hear it?
Certainly. I asked if the current 2 operations could be expected to emit the same emissions as the proposed consolidated operation.
Same objection, Your Honor. Testimony about the emissions is beyond the scope of Dr. Chilton's testimony on public health.
Mr. Jackson, I'm gonna.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Mr. Hughes.
Mr. Jackson, I'm gonna overrule you, not because I necessarily disagree with what you're saying, but I do feel like Dr. Chilton spoke about this issue enough that it's within the realm of the direct. So I'm giving you a little latitude, Ms. Locke, but please keep it concise.
Certainly.
Thank you.
would you please restate the question, Ms. Locke?
Yes, Dr. Chilton. would you expect that the current operation, the two plants, would emit the same air emissions in terms of type, so PM 2.5 VOCs, as the consolidated operation?
Yes, I would.
Okay. And does that concern you?
It concerns me that children are very close, children and adults with chronic Lyme disease are very close to where these emissions occur.
Thank you, Dr. Chilton. Nothing further, Mr. Hearing Officer.
So, Ms. Katz and Mr. Jackson, is there any recross on what Mr. Chilton said on redirect?
I do not have any further recross.
Okay,
And Hearing Officer, this is Chris Vihal. I just wanted to say hello. I'm back. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, Mr. Vihal.
Thank you so much.
Mr.
No, nothing
Jackson?
from me, Your Honor.
Nothing further, okay. So Ms. Locke, may this witness be excused?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay, sounds good. Let's try to get into the environment's case a little bit. We have some of their witnesses here. I'm not planning on going all night, as you know, Mr. Vihal. Is it, Mr. Vihal, are you presenting the case or Ms. Katz is?
I'm going to be presenting the case along with Ms. Katz as is appropriate. Thank you.
Fine, fine. So would you like to make an opening statement?
I would. Thank you very much. The Bureau is here this evening to provide technical testimony and rebuttal testimony in support of the recommendation to issue permit 8585 in this matter, in accordance with the Air Quality Act and regulations for issuing an air quality construction permit. The Bureau will offer two technical witnesses for direct testimony: Kathleen Prim, permit specialist in the minor source unit of the permitting section of the Bureau, and Eric Peters, air dispersion modeler for the Bureau. Their testimony will show that the Bureau has given a thorough and complete administrative and technical review of the application for permit 8585, ensuring that the permit meets all the legal and technical requirements under the Air Quality and Associated Regulations, Air Quality Act and associated regulations. The Bureau will also offer three rebuttal witnesses: Ted Schooley, permits manager, section chief for the Bureau; Rhonda Romero, minor source section manager for the Bureau; and again, Eric Peters. The Bureau's rebuttal witnesses will address concerns raised by the community's technical witnesses and demonstrate that the Bureau has responded seriously to the community's concerns. The Bureau's written rebuttal testimony has been provided for the convenience of the court reporter, the parties, and the hearing officer as NMED exhibits 9 through 11. In response to concerns raised by the community, Mr. Schooley will offer rebuttal testimony that describes changes made to the draft permit in response to concerns raised by the community. The draft permit has been admitted as NMED Exhibit 12. All four of the Bureau's witnesses will sit on a panel to field questions and cross-examination as appropriate. And if it pleases the hearing officer, the Bureau calls its first witness, Kathy Prim.
Sounds good. Now, before Ms. Prim testifies, and I'm looking forward to hearing what she has to say, although I've read it carefully. Mr. Vihal, I received from the hearing clerk exhibits 12 and 13. I have not received 8, 9, 10, and 11. I've been sending her emails asking her for them. Are you sure she has them?
These have been provided to Ms. Jones and all the parties. They do have them.
Okay, so I'm going to ask Ms. Jones then to send me 8, 9, 10, and 11. I already have 12 and 13. And Mr. Vihal, these are not amended. These are submitted for the first time. Is that correct?
Yeah, they are submitted for the first time. Some of the confusion came because one, Exhibit 12 is an amended draft permit. So the title is amended draft permit, but it's not an amended exhibit, if that makes any sense.
And to clarify, an amended draft permit, I went to the trouble of printing out the draft permit from February, I think the 4th. Is this yet another one?
This is a draft permit that has been submitted today with changes that Mr. Schooley will testify to.
Okay, and is there a date somewhere on this? Because I never saw a date on your draft permit from February. Where is the date that shows the date of the draft?
I think that that's a matter for technical staff to address.
Okay, well, I'm asking you, Mr. Vito.
And
It is
Mr.
your,
Hearing
it's your exhibit.
Mr.
So,
Hearing Officer, this is Laura Katz. I just wanted to clarify that it would be a proposed draft permit at this point.
yes,
That we would just be presenting, of course, for the hearing officer consideration.
well, thank you, Ms. Katz. My question that remains, though, when I'm looking at different draft permits or proposed draft permits, either way, I'm wondering, I don't see dates on them anywhere, including the cover page or any page in between. Is it not customary to date these permits?
Well, it hasn't been issued yet, so it's a proposed draft permit. The date can go on it when it's recommended, essentially.
Mr. Vigil, the reason I'm asking, and I don't want you to think that these are just nonsensical questions, the community in their pre-filed technical testimony has brought it to the attention, to my attention, and I think to yours, that the draft permit in October was, in their opinion, a stronger draft permit than the one in February. And I don't know how I'm supposed to know the difference between October, February, and March. That's what I'm asking you.
Well, fair enough. You will be able to tell the difference because one is Exhibit 1 in NMED, one will be Exhibit 12. And of course, the substantive differences will be testified to.
Okay, so in the future, I'm going to ask that if the Bureau or any Bureau wants to use an exhibit for a draft permit, that they put a date on it somewhere for me so that I can quickly see which permit I'm dealing with, which version of the permit I'm dealing with. But I understand for tonight what you're saying. So by all means, call your first exhibit and we'll proceed.
Thank you, hearing officer. I do want to say one thing, and I understand that different parties do different things. If you look at the bottom of all our exhibits, they're clearly marked by the exhibit number. So if you are ever wondering about, for this or any other exhibit, at the bottom, we always, we try very hard to have our exhibits numbered sequentially.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Can you please state your name for the record?
One moment. Ms. Prim, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you state and spell your full name, please?
Yes, it's Kathleen Prim, Kathleen, P like Paul, RIMM.
Thank you.
Ms. Prim, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed by the Air Quality Bureau of the New Mexico Environment Department.
And what is your job title?
I'm a permit specialist in the minor source unit of the permitting section.
And what are your job responsibilities as a permit specialist?
I review air quality permit applications for administrative and technical completeness and accuracy. I coordinate with the public, industry, consultants, Air Quality Bureau staff, and other regulatory agencies to provide quality customer service during the permitting process. If a proposed facility meets air quality regulations and standards, I write a legally enforceable permit that specifies all state and federal regulations as well as the emission limits that apply to the facility.
And how long have you worked in the permitting section?
I've worked in the permitting section since June of 2008.
And in that time, how many air quality permitting actions have you worked on?
I've worked on over 550 permitting actions.
Could you briefly describe your educational background?
Sure, I have a Bachelor of Science degree from New Mexico State University.
And I'd like to direct your attention to NMED Exhibit 2. Is this a copy of your latest resume?
Yes, it is.
And did you submit pre-filed technical testimony for this hearing?
Yes, it is NMED Exhibit 1.
Is your testimony 26 pages?
Yes, it is.
And did you prepare this yourself?
Yes, I did.
And is this a true and correct copy of your testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony?
Yes, at the bottom of page 7 of my testimony, the reference to the applicable regulations listed in the February 4th, 2021 version of the draft permit should state Bates 000562 through 000563. So I'd like to remove the 5 that's currently after the 3. It's an NMED Exhibit 1 at the bottom of Bates, page 7.
Okay, thank you. What was your role in the Air Quality Bureau's materials permit application for the Air Quality Bureau's permit application 8585 for the proposed Santa Fe facility?
I am the permit specialist responsible for completing the administrative review and technical review of application 8585. I'm the contact for citizens who call or submit comments about this application. Recognizing the potential for public interest early on, the department on December 3rd of 2019 posted a copy of application 8585 on the Air Quality Bureau's webpage for permit applications with public interest. Since then, I've continued to provide updates on that webpage as more information became available. I've worked with Associated, yes?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay. I've worked with Associated Asphalt and Materials staff and their consultant to understand the proposed facility and to obtain necessary updates for this application. I attended the public meeting held by Associated Asphalt and Materials in February of 2020. I took the public comments I received and used them to generate a list of frequently asked questions. Air Quality Bureau staff wrote answers to these frequently asked questions and provided this information to citizens on the webpage for applications with public interest and via emails that included a link to the webpage with information about this permit application. I also made a fact sheet and an introduction to air permitting document to inform the public about this application, the permitting process, and how citizens can participate in the process. I wrote the legal notice and the notices of hearing and sent those out in accordance with the regulatory requirements. I wrote the statement of basis and database summary, which summarized the department's analysis for this permitting action. I wrote the original draft permit and worked with Air Quality Bureau staff to update it over time. I also compiled the administrative record and administrative record index for this permitting action.
Thank you. I'd like to go back. Because of my electrical problem, the documents that I had, the text was sort of scrambled. So I'd like to go back and ask you for the record, do you adopt your written testimony in its entirety?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And sorry to take you back over this, but we didn't cover it because of my mistake. Can you please provide a brief overview of your testimony?
Sure. My technical testimony presents my qualifications, a summary of Associated Asphalts and Materials application 8585 for their proposed Santa Fe facility, an overview of construction permits authorized under 20.2.72 NMAC, which stands for New Mexico Administrative Code, and a summary of my review of application 8585. In my testimony, I described the administrative review, which is an initial review that confirms all the required parts of the application are present. I also described the technical review, which involves verifying emissions calculations and determining which federal and state regulations apply to the facility. My testimony also summarizes the Air Quality Bureau's public outreach efforts throughout various stages of this permitting action and the basis for conditions in the February 4th, 2021 version of draft permit 8585 for this proposed facility.
What is the function of an air quality construction permit?
An air quality construction permit places restrictions on what construction is allowed, what air emission limits must be met, and how a facility can be operated. A permit is an enforceable legal document that an industrial facility must comply with. To assure that a facility complies with the permit's emission limits, a permit contains monitoring, record keeping, reporting, and testing requirements. If Air Quality Bureau staff determines upon reviewing a permit application and air quality analysis that a facility will not meet the requirements of air quality regulations and standards, a permit will not be issued.
Can you describe how the department gave formal notice of this hearing as required by regulation?
Sure. This was the third round of sending out notices of hearing because the previous 2 hearing dates were postponed. The Air Quality Bureau wrote the notice of hearing and sent it out in accordance with the regulatory requirements in 20.1.4.200.C2 NMAC, or New Mexico Administrative Code. I printed hard copies of the notices in English and Spanish to be mailed by Postal Service to citizens who had submitted written comments only by Postal Service, FedEx, or walk-in deliveries. For interested citizens who had provided email addresses, I sent out emails with the notices in English and Spanish attached. I also sent the same emails with attachments to nearby tribes, counties, municipalities, and Class 1 areas, as well as Bernalillo County, EPA, and organizations identified on a list maintained by the department who have indicated in writing a desire to receive notices of applications per 20.2.72.206.A4 NMAC. The notice of hearing was also published in English and Spanish in the Albuquerque Journal and in the Santa Fe New Mexican on February 5th, 2021.
And what other steps has the department taken to facilitate public, state, and stakeholder input?
The department wanted to explain the application review process and inform the public about this proposed facility. So we went beyond the notification requirements in our regulations. I spoke with people on the phone and realized some of them thought this proposed facility would be moving to a location that didn't already have asphalt equipment. 86 Paseo de River is the location for this proposed facility. It is in an area zoned as industrial and already has an existing hot mix asphalt plant operating there. That existing hot mix asphalt plant is called HMA number 5 in the application and draft permit. Existing permit 803 for HMA 5 was issued in 1990, and HMA number 5 moved to 86 Paseo de River in 1997. It has been operating there for more than 20 years. As I mentioned before, the department created frequently asked questions with answers, a fact sheet, and an introduction to permitting, each in English and Spanish. I shared these outreach documents via email and on an Air Quality Bureau webpage maintained for application 8585, so people could access information as it became available. Air Quality Bureau updated that webpage frequently to provide helpful information all in one place. When it was safe and practicable during a pandemic, I posted notices of hearing, the FAQs, the fact sheet, and the introduction to permitting, each in English and Spanish, in public places near the proposed facility. I also sent requests for public service announcements in Spanish to run on Spanish radio stations broadcast in Santa Fe.
What is the purpose of the current permit application submitted by Associated Asphalt Materials LLC?
Associated Asphalt Materials LLC is applying for a new air quality permit to consolidate 4 of its facilities into one location at 86 Paseo de River in Santa Fe. As I mentioned, the hot mix asphalt number 5 plant, or HMA number 5, is already operating at 86 Paseo de River. The crushing and screening plant is currently operating just west of this site. Associated Asphalt and Materials proposes moving equipment operating currently at other sites in Santa Fe, including plant number 2 HMA and the scalping screen plant, to the 86 Paseo de River location. Plant number 2 HMA, currently located at 3810 Oliver Drive, would be moving farther from existing neighborhoods. Because line power would be available with the proposed consolidation of facilities at 86 Paseo de River, some existing generators at HMA number 2 would be eliminated, reducing combustion emissions. The new permit 8585 would replace very old permits and have more stringent requirements for monitoring, record keeping, and reporting. The new entrance into 86 Paseo de River would be paved and would not cross the river.
How does the Air Quality Bureau regulate issues such as noise, vehicle traffic on public roads, degradation of natural beauty, threats to wildlife, threats to historic structures and tourism, water quality, water conservation, and property values?
The Clean Air Act and state regulations are health-based regulations and do not provide the Air Quality Bureau legal authority to regulate impacts that are not specifically related to air quality. Primary national ambient air quality standards provide public health protection, including our most vulnerable populations, such as children and the elderly. Secondary national ambient air quality standards provide public welfare protection, including protection against decreased visibility and damage to animals, crops, vegetation, and buildings. The Air Quality Bureau cannot deny any applicant an air quality permit based on issues such as noise, odor, truck traffic on public roads, and property values.
How would the permit ensure that the emissions from the proposed facility do not exceed the levels represented in the application and application updates?
First, the permit applicant is required to operate the facility as represented in the application and application updates. The failure to operate the facility as represented in the application and application updates would be considered a violation of the permit and would be referred to the enforcement section of the Air Quality Bureau. Second, the permit contains operating, monitoring, and record-keeping conditions to ensure ongoing compliance with the emission rates in the permit.
Can you describe how Associated Asphalt Materials' proposed Santa Fe facility meets all the applicable regulatory requirements?
Yes, the proposed facility, as represented in the application and application updates, demonstrates compliance with all federal and state regulations. In New Mexico, construction permits are required by 20.2.72 NMAC for facilities with a potential emission rate greater than 10 pounds per hour or 25 tons per year of any pollutant with a national or ambient air quality standard. Associated Asphalt and Materials Application 8585 meets the requirements of 20.2.72 NMAC. This application includes all the contents required by 20.2.72.203 NMAC. None of the listed bases for denial of a permit in 20.2.72.208 NMAC are true for this application. Also, according to 20.2.72.210 NMAC, the conditions in the draft permit are based on the contents of the application and application update. Compliance with all applicable state and federal regulations will be demonstrated by following requirements specified in the permit conditions.
Ms. Prim, what is the Air Quality Bureau's recommendation regarding this draft permit?
The Bureau recommends issuance of this permit.
Thank you, Ms. Prim. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Shall the Bureau move forward and present its next witness? The hearing officer is muted. The Bureau will call their next witness, Eric Peters.
Mr. Peters, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you state and spell your full name, please?
Eric Peters, ERICPETERS.
Thank you.
Mr. Peters, could you briefly describe your educational background?
I have Bachelor of Science degrees in Mechanical Engineering and Biology from the University of Illinois, and a Master of Science degree in Environmental Engineering from the University of Kansas.
And could you briefly describe your current employment?
I work for the Air Quality Bureau of the New Mexico Environment Department, which I'll call the department, as an air dispersion modeler. I've worked in the modeling section for over 20 years. One of my primary duties is the review of air dispersion modeling for new source review permit applications to determine if they will comply with air quality standards and other modeling related requirements.
Did you submit your resume?
Yes, it's the department's Exhibit 4.
Did you submit your written testimony?
Yes, it's the department's Exhibit 3.
And is your testimony, your written direct testimony, 2 pages long?
I think it's 1 page long.
Thank you. Did you prepare this testimony yourself?
I did.
And is this a true and correct copy of your written testimony?
Yes, the exhibit Exhibit 3 is a true and correct copy of my written testimony that I prepared.
Thank you. And do you adopt the testimony in its entirety?
Yes.
Thank you. What is the relevance of air dispersion modeling on this permit?
Associated Asphalt and Materials LLC, the applicant, applied for a permit under 20.2.72 New Mexico Administrative Code. The facility is known as the Santa Fe facility. The application has index number 1 in the administrative record and Bates numbers 1 to 321. 20.2.72.203.A.4 of the New Mexico Administrative Code requires the application to contain an analysis demonstrating that emissions from routine operations will not violate any New Mexico or national ambient air quality standards or prevention of significant deterioration increment. And if required by 20.2.72.400 New Mexico Administrative Code through 499, estimate ambient concentrations of toxic air pollutants. If a facility is not able to demonstrate compliance with these requirements, the department shall deny the permit based on 20.2.72.208 C, D, or E New Mexico Administrative Code.
Could you briefly describe these standards that are modeled?
National ambient air quality standards are periodically reviewed by the Environmental Protection Agency and are designed to protect the most sensitive individuals from exposure to pollutants. Prevention of significant deterioration increments, PSD increments, are designed to maintain the air quality of pristine areas. Toxic permitting thresholds prevent neighbors from being exposed to more than 1% of the amount that has been deemed acceptable for workers to be exposed to throughout the day.
How does the applicant know what options to choose in modeling?
The department maintains the New Mexico modeling guidelines to provide a basis for acceptable modeling analysis. This document has index number 7 in the administrative record and Bates numbers 440 through 522. These guidelines incorporate and interpret the most recent versions of EPA's guideline on air quality models, which has been published in the Federal Register, volume 82, number 10. The New Mexico modeling guidelines also incorporate other information and guidance such as EPA memorandums.
Did the department review the modeling submitted by the applicant?
Yes, I reviewed the modeling submitted by the applicant for permit 8585. I verified that the applicant followed appropriate modeling practices. Details of the modeling review are described in my modeling review report, which is contained in the administrative record with index number 6 and Bates numbers 430 to 439.
And what are the conclusions from your review of the modeling analysis?
The Santa Fe facility modeling was performed in accordance with the New Mexico modeling guidelines. If the facility operates in compliance with the terms and conditions of the draft permit, then it will not cause or contribute to any concentrations above state or federal ambient air quality standards or PSD increments. The facility has satisfied all modeling requirements and the permit may be issued.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Mr. Peters is our final direct witness.
Okay. So it makes sense to me to continue to cross-examination because it would be too disjointed to have the parties remember what was just said. So I'm going to allow cross-examination to begin, and then when that's over with, if there's, maybe we'll do the rebuttal tomorrow. I think it just depends on what happens on cross-examination. We'll cross that when it comes to it. So let's start with cross-examination. Who wants to go first? I thought so, Ms. Locke. Go right ahead.
Well, I actually.
This is Chris V. Hill. There were two witnesses we just presented. Will they be sitting as a panel?
But that's your choice, and I think you want to do that, if I'm not mistaken.
That's fine. Thank you.
Fine. Ms. Locke.
All right, and I actually think Mr. Jantz wanted to go first because we'll be cross-examining them in the order that they first spoke. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Maslin. Mr. Hearing Officer, as Ms. Locke said, we're going to be cross-examining both witnesses. I'll be starting with Ms. Prim. And I don't see Ms. Prim.
I'm here.
There she is.
Okay, there you are. So good evening, Ms. Prim. I hope that this will be fairly quick. So in your review of your duties and responsibilities, you talked about you were responsible for the administrative review. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's just basically making sure all the right documents are submitted?
Right, the forms are submitted on the department approved forms, and also that all the pieces required in the regulation at, let me get the citation right for you here. The contents of the application are laid out in 20.2.72.203 NMAC. So I have to make sure that all of those contents are present. And if not, then I have to ask for updates accordingly.
Okay. And then you're also responsible for the technical review.
Yes.
And that includes things like making sure the applicant's calculations are correct, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Sorry, I said yes, that's part of it. It's more than just the calculations.
Sure. You check their assumptions?
I check their emission factors and the sources of their formulas used in calculations.
Okay. And you verify and approve the sources of data used, for example, the emissions factors?
Yes.
Okay. And that includes verifying that the correct emission factors and formulas are used for all sources. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And as you said in your testimony on page 2, that requires familiarity with the federal and state regulations and regulatory guidance, right?
Correct.
Okay. And to keep up on the regulatory guidance and recent developments, you probably keep up to date on regulatory developments and guidance that the EPA issues. Is that right? Yes. Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about AP 42 emissions factors. Is it fair to say that what the applicant emits and how much it emits into the air is a primary concern in this case?
Emission levels are evaluated for the application. I think that's what you're asking me.
Yeah, is it the primary concern what the applicant will be emitting?
Do you mean the values or the actual pollutants?
The actual pollutants.
Yes, we evaluate based on the National Ambient Air Quality Standards for pollutants.
Okay, and then the amount of those pollutants is also critically important. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's because, as you said, right, it's to determine whether the NACs get met.
Yes.
And consequently, whether public health will be protected, right?
Right. The primary standards protect public health.
Okay. So it's important to be as accurate and certain about these calculations, calculating these emissions as possible. Is that right?
We require that the calculations be figured out with methodologies that are approved by the department. So they have to be department approved.
Okay, and I'm assuming, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that the department approved those based on their accuracy and certainty?
The department approved, well, AP 42 emission factors are established by the EPA, and they are widely accepted emission factors. They are conservative. They're compilations of data and testing done by the EPA, and they're department approved.
Okay, so again, let me ask the question. Their accuracy and certainty is good enough, in your opinion, for them to be used as the permit, the basis for issuing a permit, calculating emissions and issuing a permit. Is that correct?
That is correct. As I stated in my direct pre-filed testimony, New Mexico and other states do not have the resources to conduct the extensive scientific reviews that EPA conducts to determine the state of the science on what doses of pollution cause unwanted health effects. So the extensive review that EPA conducts is designed for the entire country.
Okay, so let's talk about how the emissions in this case for the AAM plant were calculated. The emissions factors used in the AAM, I think that you've said this already, but I just want to confirm. They're based on the EPA's AP 42 emissions factors?
For most of the equipment, yes.
Okay. And then those are contained in EPA's AP 42 compilation of air emission factors, right? Are you familiar with that document?
Yes, I am.
Okay. That is an EPA publication, right?
Yes.
Okay, and it provides the estimates of the emission quantities for many different industries. Is that right? But it includes asphalt plants.
It provides the emission factors.
Yes.
Including for asphalt plants. Yes.
Okay. And EPA calculates those emission factors?
EPA does the testing to determine those emission factors.
Okay. And EPA recommends how the AP 42 factor should be used. Is that right?
They create the emission factors, yes. And the formulas that the emission factors are part of.
Okay. And again, these are the factors you use to estimate emissions for the consolidated AEM plant. Is that right?
For the most part, some of the engines were based on different Tier 1 and Tier 4I emission factors, also from EPA.
Okay, and so you consider the emissions estimates for the AAM facility, consolidated facility, accurate and reliable?
Yes.
Okay. So you mentioned you were familiar with the AP 42 compilation. And I want to share with you, if I could, Ms. Jones, I'm having a problem here.
Are you able to share now?
Let's see. I am.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
I want to take you to the AP 42 compilation of air emissions factors. This is the EPA's website, Ms. Prim.
Yes.
I'm sure you're familiar with it. And I want to go to the AP 42 compilation, 5th edition compilation for emissions factors. This is the volume you use, is that right? Or you relied upon?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to go to the introduction. So I want to direct your attention to page 2. And let's see here. To the uses of emission factors. So I want to direct you to the second paragraph where it says emission factors in AP 42 are neither EPA recommended emission limits, backed, etc., nor standards, NACs or NESHAPs. Use of these factors as source-specific permit limits and or emission regulation compliance determination is not recommended by EPA. Did you take that into consideration when you were writing these permits?
AP 42 emission factors are widely accepted by all agencies, including the department. They are considered to be conservative, and the modeling adds conservatism into the calculations.
So even though EPA doesn't recommend using them as regulation compliance determinations, NMED still does.
The department accepts AP 42 emission factors, and we don't have the authority to require what type of methodology is used, as long as it is approved by the department.
Okay. So when you talk about using these emission factors, well, let me back up. So you say in your testimony that I think you mentioned in your testimony that the AP 42 emissions factors are averages. Is that right?
Let me look at, I know I have that in my written testimony here.
Right.
I want to read it straight from here so I don't get it wrong. So this is off the EPA website also. In most cases, these factors are averages of all available data of acceptable quality and are generally assumed to be representative of long-term averages. The modeling adds a safety factor on top of the AP 42 emission factors.
Okay. So going down to the uses of emissions factors, let's continue with that same paragraph. Because emission factors essentially represent an average range of emissions, approximately half of the subject sources will have emissions rates greater than the emissions factor, and the other half will have emissions rates less than the factor. Do you agree with that statement?
I see that statement.
Do you agree with it?
It's on the EPA document, so I agree with it.
Okay, thank you. So let's go on in that. This introduction, I want to direct you to page 3, where it talks about variability of emissions. It says average emissions differ significantly from source to source, and therefore emission factors frequently may not provide adequate estimates of the average emissions for specific sources, for a specific source. Do you agree with that statement?
I see that statement.
Do you agree with it?
AP 42 emission factors are considered to be conservative.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, Ms. Prim, you say that, but I wonder, can you point me to the EPA document that says that?
I don't have that right at my fingertips.
Okay. I want to go back to this statement and about whether you agree with it or not. Do you agree with the statement that average emissions differ significantly from source to source, and therefore emission factors frequently may not provide adequate estimates of the average emissions for a specific source? Do you agree or disagree with the EPA on this?
I see that statement, but I just want to add, like I did from my testimony, that it's a series of long-term averages that the EPA considers in creating their emission factors.
Okay, but the question was, do you agree or disagree with the statement?
I agree with the statement that's in the EPA document in front of me.
Okay, thank you. I also wanted to talk about and let's see here. If we go down to this next sentence, as a result, some emission factors are derived from tests that may vary by an order of magnitude or more. Does that sound right to you? Do you agree with that statement?
I see that statement, and I agree that it's in an EPA document, but I am reiterating that it's AP 42 emission factors are widely accepted by all agencies, including the department.
Okay. So I just want to clarify for an order of magnitude. Order of magnitude is 10 times, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Then let's go down to page 4, this last paragraph. And in this paragraph, the EPA is talking about temporal variability. Says estimates of short-term or peak daily or hourly emissions for specific sources are often needed for regulatory purposes. Using emission factors to estimate short-term emissions will add further uncertainty to the emissions estimate. Short-term emissions from a single specific source often vary significantly with time, within source variability, parenthetical, because of fluctuations in process, operating conditions, control device operating conditions, raw materials, ambient conditions, and other such factors. Emissions factors generally are developed to represent long-term average emissions, as you said, so testing is usually conducted at normal operating conditions. Parameters that can cause short-term fluctuations in emission are generally avoided in testing and are not taken into account in test evaluations. Thus, using emission factors to estimate short-term emissions will cause even greater uncertainty. Do you agree with that statement?
I see that statement. This is a broad generalization. I believe this is volume 1 of AP 42 that you've pulled up. It's not the specific asphalt chapters that were used. If EPA had evidence that asphalt plant emissions were vastly underestimated the chapter would have been revised. So this is from the first chapter and may not be applicable to these emission factors used for the asphalt facility.
Right, but generally, and we'll get to the specific factors here in a minute. But generally, the AP 40, I think the point of this is that AP 42 has a lot, AP 42 emissions factor have a lot of variability. And that is stated in that paragraph that I just read, and I would ask you again whether you agree or disagree.
AP 42 emission factors are widely accepted by all agencies, including the department.
Okay, well, let's move on to the specific AP 42s. All right.
Okay.
Putting aside how, whether or not these factors should be used, we should talk about the specific factors. So AP 42 rates emission factors, doesn't it?
Yes.
And those ratings indicate how reliable the emission factor is. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. The most reliable rating is an A. Is that right?
Yes.
And the least reliable rating is a rating of E. Is that right?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand the letter you said.
E as in Eric?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So let's look at the, and I'll share my screen for this as well. Because we're going to go to the emission factors that were used for this. And I really want to focus on the HMAs, plants 2 and 5, and in particular, the particulate emissions, PMs.
Okay.
So let's take a look at this together. And I'm looking, and I got this just for your information, and we can refer to these if you like. The AP 42 tables that the AAM witness, Mr. Wade, referred to in his direct testimony. And these are all at, I think, page 8 of his testimony, page 8 and 9. So the first one I want to look at is in Mr. Wade's testimony, page 8, or I'm sorry, page 9, where he identifies table 11.19.2-2, and that's what we're looking at the screen right now.
Okay.
And that has an emissions ratings of E for what they're using this for. Is that correct? Am I reading that right?
You're at table 11.19.2-2.
Yes, cement unloading to elevated storage silo.
I can't actually see that table on your screen. I'm not sure
why
that's the case. I'm trying to look at it in my own notes here, but I don't see it on the screen.
You may have a scrolling issue, Mr. Jantz, but we're not seeing the table.
All right. I'm going to stop the share and I'm going to retry it and see if I can make this work. All right, I'm seeing it on my screen. Can you not see it on yours?
I see it.
Okay.
Can you scroll so that I can see the title of this table?
Absolutely. Hold on.
So this is for concrete batching.
I'm sorry,
It's not asphalt plant.
11.12.2.
Yeah, this is not a cement plant. So these factors were not involved in this application.
Well, actually on page 11 of Mr. Wade's testimony, it says that they are. So if we look at, let's take a
Objection. Ms. Prim is not testifying to Mr. Wade's testimony. She's not
right,
to be.
but Mr. Wade testified in his direct testimony that this was part of the application permit. This is from the administrative record, page 189. And so presumably this was involved in the permitting review.
I'm going to sustain the objection, so please ask a different question.
So, okay. Let's take a look at table 1119.2-2. Again, this is page 198 in the administrative record. And it was referred to in Mr. Wade's testimony, page 9, as a AP 42 factor that was proffered in the application.
Yes,
Does that look familiar?
this does.
Okay. And so the emissions factors in this document range from C, which is average, I guess, to E, which is unreliable. Is that right?
The emission factor ratings are C and E and D on this page.
Okay. So let's look then next at table 11.1-4. This is referred to at page 9 of Mr. Wade's testimony, and this is administrative record at 161.
Okay.
Does this look familiar?
Yes.
Okay, and the emission factor rating here?
The emission factor rating is an E.
Okay. Let's go to table 11.1-1. And this is administrative record at page 158. And these are highlighted as the emission factors that Mr. Wade used. They're referred to in his testimony at page 9. Does this look familiar, Ms. Prim?
Yes.
Okay, and the emission factors, it looks like he was using were rated A for condensable PM. Is that right?
Yes.
And then B and C for total PM, right?
Right.
Okay. So then proceeding on to HMA Plant 2, or Plant 5 rather, page 11 of Mr. Wade's testimony indicating that he used table 11.1-3. That's at the administrative record, page 160. It looks like for fabric filter, the emissions factors are A for condensable PM and A and C for total PM. Does that look right?
Yes.
Okay. And you say you wouldn't have used table 11.12.2, which is the cement unloading?
Well, I thought we were speaking just to the asphalt facilities. I believe that that other table may have been used for the crushing and screening facility.
Okay, so we'll look at that. And those were E as well. And this is at 189 of the administrative record. C, D, and E, is that correct for emissions factors here?
For the ratings, that looks correct.
Yes, okay, great. So let me then direct your attention to another document. You're familiar with the EPA's Office of Enforcement and Compliance Assurance, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you get regular updates and guidance from them, is that correct?
It's readily available on their website.
Okay, and going to their website, I want to direct you toward this, an enforcement alert from EPA. Have you seen this document before, Ms. Prim?
I'm still looking at an AP 42 document on your screen.
All right, let's see if I can unshare and then reshare. Can you see it now?
I see your screen share. Yes,
Okay, it says enforcement alert. Are we looking at the same thing?
I see that. Yes.
Okay, great. Have you seen this document before?
No, I think that's used in enforcement proceedings, not to change emission factors. So.
But it does talk about consequences of using AP 42 factors, doesn't it?
I have not read this before, so.
Okay, well, let's go through it together then. Is it unusual for EPA to send out periodic updates on regulatory interpretation?
Chris Vigil, was this provided as an exhibit by the community?
No, we're using it on cross-examination. Right now, we'll use it as a demonstrative, but I'd like to move it into evidence at some point.
Okay.
So let's go through it together, Ms. Prim. This was, and you can see the URL appears from the EPA website. This was issued in November of 2020, as you can see. And the purpose of this is to alert administrative agencies and applicants about using AP 42. So I just want to direct you to a couple of different places where language is used. And all this actually is from, you'll see here, AP 42 fifth compilation, which we just reviewed. So this is a reminder, and I want to, and agency guidance. I want to read this first paragraph. Permitting agencies, consultants, and regulated entities should be aware that even emission factors with more highly rated AP 42 grades of A or B are only based on averages of data from multiple, albeit similar sources. Accordingly, these factors are not likely to be accurate predictors of emissions from any one specific source, except in very limited scenarios. Do you agree with that statement, Ms. Prim?
I see what you're reading to me, but it's so broad that I don't know it speaks to the specific factors involved in this application.
Objection. Ms. Prim has not had the opportunity to review this document. She's already said it's an enforcement document, not a permitting document.
Well, it clearly is a permitting document because it talks about how AP 42 ought not be used in these sort of administrative processes, that they're only helpful in making emission estimates for area-wide inventories.
The title is Enforcement alert.
Mr. Vigil, hold on a second. Mr. Jans, I understand Mr. Vigil's objection to be that you are cross-examining a witness who is saying that she is not familiar with this document. And to that extent, if she's not familiar with the document, I'm going to sustain the objection to your using this document to further cross-examine her. Had it been provided up front where it gave her time to review the document, then I would most likely overrule the objection, but it wasn't. So I'm going to ask you to move on. Thank you.
Can I propose something, Mr. Hearing Officer?
By all means.
May we provide this document to Ms. Prim and cross-examine her on it tomorrow? We had 45 minutes notice of Mr. Vigil's rebuttal witnesses. I only think it's fair.
Okay, Mr. Vigil.
We object. We don't know that that's enough time, and the documents that we provided today were expected, and they are essentially just a courtesy, with one exception to the parties, and in particular to the court reporter. We did not introduce any substantive documents today.
Before I make a ruling on this, Mr. Jans, can I have a proffer of where you're going with this?
Yes, I just want to establish the reliability of AP 42 for the purposes for which they were used in this permit review.
And Mr. Jans, are you saying that there's no other way for you to do that without using this document?
We can try, we can use this on rebuttal, I think. I will provide this to everybody. And so, yes, I don't think we necessarily need to do it on cross-examination, but it is absolutely relevant to this analysis.
And I still haven't made my ruling about this yet, but let me just be very clear about this. I have heard you question Ms. Prim about this AP 42 for a while now. And it seemed to me that's where you were going the whole time, was yes. How reliable is this? It seemed to me that she answered your questions. So is this document meant to in some way further your case in that AP 42 is not reliable?
Yes, it is actually, Mr. Hearing Officer. The EPA suggests a protocol for reliable data sources. And I'd like to inquire of Ms. Prim whether she asked the applicant for any of those.
Can't you just ask her can't you just ask her that?
I certainly can.
Okay, because it seems to me that you've made your point. I've heard you. It's in the record. It's very clear that you are trying to establish that AP 42 is not a reliable basis upon which to issue a permit. She's answered your questions. This seems somewhat redundant to me, and on that grounds, I think I can say, since you haven't provided it up front and you've already asked these questions and already received answers to those questions, that this document is just redundant. And I don't think it's fair to ask her questions about a document she's never seen. Whether or not you can work out something with Mr. Vigil to get it in some other way, I leave that to you and Mr. Vigil to work out between now and tomorrow. You have all day tomorrow to work it out. But why don't you continue? Why don't you continue with your questions? And I'm going to sustain Mr. Vigil's objection for now or not for now, but I'm sustaining it. So why don't you ask other questions to get to your point if you want, without
Okay.
using this document. Thank
I
you.
will stop the share. In light of the hearing officers, excuse me, Ms. Prim, in light of the hearing officer's ruling, let me ask you questions this way. Instead of using AP 42, did you ask the applicant to provide continuous emissions monitoring system data?
No, the Clean Air Act does not require individual sources to develop their own emission factors or facilities, these asphalt facilities that we're speaking about today, to do SEMS and
Did you
provide
ask
their
for?
calculations based on that.
Excuse me, please repeat. Excuse me, please repeat that last sentence.
The Clean Air Act doesn't require individual sources to develop their own emission factors or to submit their calculations based on SEMS. It's CEMS.
Yes.
Continuous Emissions Monitoring Systems.
Yes.
The department accepts the AP 42 factors, and until EPA provides better information, we use the AP 42 factors and accept them.
So, so you didn't ask for stack testing data either?
No.
Did you ask for vendor guarantees for emissions limits?
That's not required. No.
Did you ask for stack test data from similar equipment?
That's not required.
So the AP 42, emissions factors were not used as a last resort. Is that correct?
No, AP 42 emission factors are widely accepted by many agencies, including the department.
Okay. You know what, Ms. Prem, I think that'll do it for me. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jantz.
Ms. Locke? You're muted.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. I don't have any questions for Ms. Prim, just for Mr. Peters.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Locke.
So, Ms. Locke, you were going to cross-examine Mr. Peters.
Yes.
Because Mr. Jantz already, okay, so go ahead.
Correct. We're tag teaming it.
Right.
So, hi, Mr. Peters. My name is Madeline Locke, as you know. Just for a point of reference, I too am a Jayhawk, so we're not doing so hot in the tournament right now, from what I can tell. But I want to talk to you primarily about your air dispersion modeling summary. So let's start with talking about PM 2.5 and the modeling that you reviewed and approved of for PM 2.5. So the modeling that was provided to you by the applicant, you reviewed and approved of, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that modeling showed that the associated asphalt operation would be sitting at 97.2% of the 24-hour national ambient air quality standards for PM 2.5. Is that correct?
That sounds about right. I don't have the exact number. Yes, 97.2% of the 24-hour PM 2.5 standard.
Okay.
Is the maximum predicted concentration.
Okay, thank you. And that same modeling showed that the applicant would be sitting at 99.3% of the annual PM 2.5 NAAQS. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so to get those numbers, that 97.2% and that 99.3%, part of getting to that number requires that you add background PM 2.5 concentration. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And those background amounts are calculated by taking a 3-year average of data that came from the department's approved monitor. Is that correct?
That's the normal way to, to get the background concentrations, correct.
Okay. And that's the way that it was done in this case, is that correct?
In this case, further research found out that was only 2 years of average data.
Okay, further research. But the number provided by the department in the modeling guidelines says it covers 2013, 2014, and 2015 data to come up with a background number. Is that correct?
That's what the modeling guideline says, and that was the 2015 was a typo there. All the other years that were, or all the other monitors that were calculated at the same time were 2013 to 2015, but the Santa Fe monitor had already been shut down for that final year.
So the background PM 2.5 number used by the applicant is not actually a 3-year average, is that correct?
It's a 2-year average.
Okay. But it is better to have a 3-year average, is that the point?
Well, not necessarily. A 3-year average could reduce peaks in concentration, so you can't say that it would be better to have 3 years.
But every other background PM 2.5 number provided by the department is a 3-year average, is that correct? In the guidelines.
For PM 2.5 at the time of that calculation, yes.
Okay, thank you. So you already sort of mentioned this, but I want to clarify this issue with the monitor, okay? So the background concentration of PM 2.5 came from what's called the 3HM monitor, which is located at the Santa Fe Reynolds building, is that correct?
That's correct.
That monitor was shut down in June of 2014, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we already covered this, but that means that the 3-year average for background PM 2.5 at Reynolds came actually from 1.5 years of data.
Correct.
Okay. And that's the number the applicant used.
Correct.
Do you agree that the Reynolds PM 2.5 monitor was shut down due to historical low data coming from that monitor?
Yeah, EPA wants to use its resources efficiently, so when monitors don't show problems with the air quality standards, they're more likely to get removed.
Okay. And you're also aware that there is a PM 2.5 monitor that's been in operation at the Santa Fe airport since about the time that that PM 2.5 monitor at the Reynolds building was shut down?
The monitor at the Santa Fe airport is not a federal reference method monitor. And so we only use federal reference method monitors for our background concentrations because those are the sorts of monitors that can be used to demonstrate attainment areas.
So I just want to be clear that instead of using a monitor at Santa Fe airport that would provide relevant data, the department instead provided data to the applicant to use for background concentrations from a monitor that was shut down and because of historically low concentration readings, correct?
No. Instead of using a monitor that would provide unknown quality data, because it's not federal reference method monitor, we used the monitor at the Reynolds building that is federal reference method monitor and provides known quantities that would be accepted by EPA attainment demonstrations.
So what kind of monitor exists at the Santa Fe airport site?
I don't know all the details, but it's a continuous monitor. The continuous monitors are much easier to maintain, but they're not federal reference method monitors.
And can you point me to what requires that it be a federal reference monitor to determine background concentration data for a permit application like this?
Not off the top of my head.
Let's see. Do you agree that NMED's own modeling guidelines say that it's important to use recent monitoring data?
Yes.
Okay. How would you define recent?
Well, I mean, recent is going to depend on the situation.
How so?
So if you have monitoring for an area that was within the last, say, 5 years, that is known to be a reliable quantity, but then that would be fairly recent when compared to unknown quantity data.
So I guess I'm just confused. You have, and just help me think about this, okay? So you have a Santa Fe monitor picking up real-time PM 2.5 calculations near the proposed asphalt plant site, right?
Correct.
And that monitor has been in operation for at least 5 years.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. And then you have a monitor at the Reynolds building that was, the use of which was discontinued because of historically low readings, providing data that at its newest was from about 7 years ago. Is that correct?
That sounds about right.
Okay. So are you saying that NMED's guidelines are saying it's important to use recent monitoring data unless there's older data from a source farther away for PM 2.5?
Objection, Mr. Hearing Officer. This line of questions, it's been asked and answered, and Mr. Peters already indicated the basis for why we were not using the information from the airport monitor.
Ms. Locke?
Mr. Hearing Officer, I'm trying to understand really why they can't use the airport monitor data. And I can change my questioning to get to that point, but it's.
Mr. Peters already indicated why it's not a federal reference monitor. Not used by the federal.
Excuse me, Ms. Katz. Ms. Locke, I'm going to sustain the objection, so I'm going to ask you to move on. You've asked this question, it's been answered before. I think you are trying to highlight and focus on that, but he has answered your question, so let's move on.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. All right, let's talk about another portion of your modeling summary where you note that concentrations above air quality standards were predicted by the modeling within several facilities, but were excluded as NAAQS exceedances because the contribution of a facility to concentrations within its own fenced property, quote, should not be considered to affect ambient air. Is that an accurate reading of what you wrote? Right. Okay.
Yes.
And just to clarify that, you're saying that Associated Asphalt's modeling of their expected emissions demonstrated NAAQS exceedances at nearby facilities, correct?
I'm not certain whether it was, I'm not certain which facility was predicting concentrations above the NAAQS in which different facilities, non-ambient air, but there were facilities that predicted concentrations above the NAAQS before the contributions of the facility that operated that non-ambient air section were removed.
Okay. And those exceedances were shown in AAM's air modeling, right?
A word disappeared. Could you repeat that?
Yes, sorry. Those exceedances that you mentioned, those were shown in Associated Asphalt's air dispersion modeling?
Yes, they were shown in the modeling for this project.
Okay. So are you familiar, I'm sure you are, that the EPA defines ambient air as the portion of the atmosphere external to buildings which the general public has access to?
Correct.
Okay. And is it correct to say that the department's own guidelines define ambient air as any location at or beyond a fence line of a facility?
Yes.
And do you agree that the US EPA allows a facility to exclude ambient air surrounding its own operation so long as legal and practical access is precluded to members of the general public?
Correct.
Okay. And is that how NMED defines that as well?
Yes, for a facility being modeled, that is the short, simple definition.
Okay. And I'm sure you're familiar with the fact that EPA issues policies that inform agency decisions about what is considered ambient air, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do these policies inform the work that you do with the department?
Yes.
So isn't it also US EPA's policy that an exclusion from ambient air is available only for areas owned or controlled by that source?
The answer is complicated. Each facility has its own non-ambient air, and so it can exclude its own emissions from within its own non-ambient air for fairness of treating neighboring facilities.
So the applicant, in this case, can exclude its own emissions from what would be another facility's non-ambient air. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and the neighboring facility can't prohibit a neighbor from installing close to them by using the non-ambient air against them if they were using non-ambient air for their own facility to get their permit.
Okay, so in your modeling summary, when you make the point that there were exceedances detected in Associated Asphalt's modeling, are you saying that those exceedances were contributed to by Associated Asphalt so they could exclude them? Or is it, oh, I'll let you answer that part first.
Okay, so let's say you have a facility B that's near Associated Asphalt. And if there was a predicted exceedance at facility B with all the facilities considered, it would then be appropriate to subtract only the facility B's contributions to that exceedance. If it was still an exceedance, then it would be an exceedance of ambient air. But when you subtract that facility's emission rates from the model, if it's no longer an exceedance, then it's not an exceedance of ambient air violated standards.
So Associated Asphalt can exclude exceedances at facility B that are facility B's exceedances.
That's correct. As long as all the other sources don't cause an exceedance themselves at that point.
Okay. And can you tell me why that is?
Yeah, it's an extension of the definition of non-ambient, or the definition of ambient air, and basically as a basic business practice. And I can cite EPA memos that confirm that.
Okay. Let's see. So it's an extension of this idea of ambient air, right? Meaning that the public has to be excluded from these areas in some way, whether that be by offense or legally excluded. Is that right?
Right. There should be a physical barrier excluding people from being in such an area.
Okay. And when you were reviewing the modeling that was provided to you by the applicant that then claimed these exclusions of exceedances, did you verify that these facilities that would be exceeding the NACs did in fact have some sort of physical barrier that precluded public access?
It's been a while, but I believe that I did.
So you think that you verified that the public would be precluded from these other areas?
I did verify that.
Okay, you did, okay. Okay, so moving on to the modeling grids. I understand that NMED guidelines for the finest modeling grid that anyone needs to use, the spacing should be 50 meters between receptors. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you agree that the reason that the guidance asks to refine a grid when high concentrations of a pollutant are found is because a more refined grid is likely to provide more information regarding higher concentrations?
It's complicated.
Okay. Does refining a grid provide more information about higher concentrations?
So it's possible to push a model to give higher concentrations if you push it beyond the standard grid spacing. That doesn't necessarily mean it's appropriate to do that from the database of development of the model.
Okay, when would it be appropriate to make the modeling grid smaller?
So if the model, which we're talking about AirMod, was developed using say 10-meter spacing, then it would be appropriate to use 10-meter spacing in the analysis. But EPA says that in their guideline on air quality models, says that they don't expect you to continually refine modeling grids, and they warn against adding too many receptors for analyses.
So when EPA warns against continually refining, what does that mean? Does that mean changing the modeling grid from 50 to 10 and doing the runs?
I mean, that could be one example.
If you did.
Yeah, EPA is somewhat vague sometimes, but that would be one example.
So if you ran the modeling runs through AirMod with a 50-meter spacing, and then you refined it to 10 meters and reran it again, is that the type of abuse that EPA is referring to?
My impression is yes. If you refined it from 1,000 meters to 50 meters, that would be appropriate, but refining it from 50 meters to 10 meters would not be appropriate because the model wasn't, the database didn't take into account that sort of precision.
In your opinion, should the database take into account that sort of precision?
No, I don't think that people are going to be standing right on the fence line, so it's not really appropriate to refine receptors at a place where it's rare for people to actually be.
Rare, but not impossible.
Not impossible. Yeah, someone couldn't stand at the fence line for 24 hours to be exposed to the shortest PM 2.5 standard.
Okay, moving on to the meteorological data that was used by the applicant and approved by NMED in the modeling. The applicant modeled meteorological data from the year of 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And my understanding is that his choices in terms of modeling meteorological data for a year was 2015, 2016, and 2017. Is that right?
Let's see, 2014 through 2017 was on the Air Quality Bureau's webpage at the time.
Okay. And is it correct to say that if you are only going to use 1 year of meteorological data, that data needs to be site specific?
That's correct.
Okay. And where did that 2016 meteorological data come from?
That came from the Air Quality Bureau collected that at Santa Fe Police Academy, State Police Academy on Cerrillos Road, about 2.5 miles from the facility.
Okay. So then if that data came from a place 2.5 miles away, that is clearly not on the asphalt plant site, right? How then is site specific defined?
So site specific is defined differently for PSD major sources that have more resources to collect their own meteorological data than for minor sources such as this one. Mm-hmm. So the department is more likely to consider data that they collected to be site specific for minor sources. We looked at the terrain in both of the places and found no significant terrain features that would call into question whether this was site specific as far as the prevailing wind directions and nighttime drainages and things like that.
Can you point me to any sort of regulation or EPA guidance that says something 2.5 miles away is site specific?
I don't think EPA would ever talk in such specific terms in their guidance.
What about the department? Is there a department policy that says what you just said?
I'm not sure if our modeling guidelines has language to talk to that or not.
Do you agree that modeling emissions in a condition using low winds or low rain presents a better picture of a worst case scenario for meteorological data than using a year of high winds or high rain?
Well, with the caveat that most of the sites you would get here would be low rain, the point about the low winds is correct. You would expect higher concentrations with low wind speeds.
Okay. And 2016 meteorological data had a fair percentage of high winds. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it had about what it had much more low wind speeds than the other 3 years that were available at the time that the review was submitted.
Okay. Is there recent data available for meteorological review and modeling?
People continually collect new data.
So
the Bureau has not processed it because the Bureau will typically process some data to help with quality control of that data and to ease the burden on applicants when need arises. But yeah, there's been no request for updated data in that area.
Okay. Do you agree that using more recent data would paint a more reflective picture of what's going on meteorologically in this area?
So the meteorological data doesn't change abruptly from year. I mean, there are gradual changes unless some new mountain is built or a new river or something that you expect to see gradual changes in meteorology based on global warming and things like that. But we used to use much older data, and happily we're using newer data. But yeah, you don't expect in 10 years to have a lot of change in data.
So if you use just 1 year of meteorological data and you have the year 2016, which has higher wind speeds than say the year 2018, would it still be better to use the year 2016?
So the key factor is the calm wind speeds. So whichever year has the most calm wind speeds would produce the maximum concentrations for a facility such as this one. So the same year might also have higher wind speeds, but what's really causing the maximum concentration are the calm wind speeds.
So a year with more calms is the year you should use if using 1 year of meteorological data.
Frozen.
I think you need to repeat your answer.
You were frozen, Eric.
Okay. Sorry, you all froze, or at least some of you froze. Could you repeat the question?
I said, if you had access to a year of data with more calm wind speeds, like 2018, would it be better to use that year than to use 2016 that had fewer calm periods?
You would, yeah, I would expect higher concentrations if you had a year with more calm wind speeds.
And just briefly, one more thing, I promise. I know it's 10 p.m. Modeling was required for asphalt fumes as well, correct?
Correct.
And asphalt fumes are not a concern so long as the concentration of the fume is below 1% of the occupational exposure level, right?
Correct.
Okay. And do you agree that occupational exposure limits represent the maximum average concentration of contaminants that a worker may be exposed to for an 8-hour work shift?
Correct.
And do you agree that generally members of the public are not signing on to undertake the same health risks that someone might be taking as an asphalt plant worker?
Yes.
Okay. And do you agree that the use of these OELs is not suitable for determining safe or unsafe ambient air concentrations?
Yeah, it would be hard to, yeah, I don't really have a good answer for that one.
Okay. And I don't have anything further, Mr. Hearing Officer. Thank you, Mr. Peters.
Okay, so department, it's my understanding that you may want to do redirect of your witnesses. I know you also have potentially rebuttal witnesses. Is there any reason why we can't pick that up tomorrow?
Well, I think with regard to redirect, I have one question for Mr. Peters. I think that in the interest of time, it's my opinion that it would be good to get the rebuttal testimony out of the way. I mean, there were about 100 people in this meeting tonight. And if we have 100 comments, I don't know that we will, that's going to be another long night. And I think that, we can have one real long night and a shorter night, or we can have two really long nights.
Okay, I'm not quite sure. I don't think I understood the idea about the 100 witnesses. So that being said, why don't you do your redirect of your 2 witnesses now? We'll do recross within that redirect, and we will then be finished for tonight, and we will pick up tomorrow with public comment. And what is the start time tomorrow?
Well, it would seem 4 o'clock. I don't know that the scheduling order specifies, other than it says other days as needed. Is there a possibility? Does anyone have a problem with starting earlier?
I would just say for members of the public, starting at 4 seems to be a better option than starting earlier, especially if we have students that weren't able to comment tonight.
And this goes to my comment, hearing officer. I probably misspoke, and I apologize. what I meant to say was there were 100 attendees of the meeting today, at least, if not more. And so we need to prepare for significant amounts of time for public comment. Like I said, I don't know that all of them will offer comment, but they should all be given the opportunity.
Okay, I thought you were talking about rebuttal, so we were miscommunicating there. I know Pam has a list of 9 people for now. Again, I'm going to be limiting it more, and I'm going to be also exercising my authority in not accepting redundant comment. So I think that's going to limit it a lot tomorrow. So why don't you do your redirect now of your 2 witnesses, and we will call it a night after there is recross on those.
Thank you very much. I just have recross from Mr. Peters. I have one question for you, Mr. Peters. Are you required in your position, are you required to verify fence lines as part of your modeling review for applications?
No.
Thank you very much.
Is there any recross on that one question?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay.
Mr. Peters, if you're not required to do it, but you told me that you did it, is there any verification that you did in fact do that?
So yeah, the review process was a long time ago, and I'd have to review my records to see if that I recalled that I did do that, and I've been to several of those facilities. So that was part of what sparked my recollection that I've been to the facilities around there several times and remember seeing fence lines.
This ambient air exclusion based on fence lines is to protect public health. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So then wouldn't it be prudent to verify that these fences were actually there?
Yes.
Okay. And nothing further, Mr. Chikilian, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay, so we're going to call it a night, and court reporter, the hearing is closed for now, and we will reopen tomorrow at 4 p.m. Same place. And are there any other matters to deal with before we go home?
Mr. Hearing Officer, I just want to note that we've received some feedback from community that they're not, that their request to supply public testimony isn't getting through. We've also received some feedback that that the translation glitches may have caused some monolingual testifiers to, it may have scared them away.
So, Mr. Jantz, what I'd like to do is I'd like to give you the hearing clerk's email address.
Okay.
And I'd like you to circulate it to your community. And anyone who wants to make a comment tomorrow can either do it 2 ways. They can either do it in writing and email it to this email I'm going to give it to you, or they can give their name and their wish to verbally make a public comment tomorrow under oath. Please note, please put in your notice that comment will be limited to 3 minutes. It'll be strictly adhered to. And I would like to hear something else besides the major topics of today, which were environmental justice, that this is just another industrial facility in a up-and-coming crowded neighborhood with schools. So I'd like to hear something else. And the email address is madai.corral@state.nm.us. Would you verify that?
Excuse me, madai.corral rral@state.nm.us.
Correct. And she has been on, that's the hearing officer. She's been here all night with us, even though she is getting over an illness. So I give her credit for staying up this late. Thank you, Mara'i. Thank you, Pam. Thank you, court reporter, and all the attorneys and the members from the public who have spent a long time with us tonight. And of course, the witnesses, thank you for your testimony. Okay, so please supply that. We will take comment at 4 o'clock tomorrow to begin the evening with. And the hearing is adjourned for the evening.
Thank you. Before everybody goes, from counsel, any of your witnesses who were reading, if you could please email those written comments to me, I would greatly appreciate it. Does anybody need my email address?
This is the Environment Department. Did you get our rebuttal testimony?
You know what? I haven't had a chance to check my email all day today, so I will do that before the start tomorrow and let you know.
If you could let me know, that way you don't get extra emails from me. But I think we did, I'm pretty certain we sent that to you.
Okay, like your Q&A that you did. And is Mr. Jackson still there? He had some.
Just barely.
Yeah, if you could have your witnesses who read their testimony, email them to
I
me
will.
as well. Right, do you need my email?
I think I have it.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
I think, let's see. Oh, Maslin, are you still here? She might have left. Okay. All right, great. Thank you all. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Cheryl, this is Kendra. I'm Maslin and Eric's paralegal. Do you want me to send them a message?
Oh, if I think Mr. Chilton or Dr. Chilton was reading something. Was that his testimony that was in an exhibit, or was that something else?
I will find out, and
Okay.
if it was, we will send it to you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Kendra.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. See y'all tomorrow.